Chapter 1777. Young Empress Qing was shocked and the Weasel Prince angrily shouted, "Don't spout nonsense, Lu Yin." He hadn't said anything before because he didn't want to offend Lu Yin, but also because there was no point in saying anything. Dealing with the Great Eastern Alliance would not be a problem. No matter how powerful Lu Yin's background was, the worst that could happen was that he would be defeated. However, if he was accused of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, then things would be different. That was a crime that would implicate all races. Let alone collusion. Even if there was any suspicion of collusion, they would still be eliminated. This was the attitude of the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin was too vicious. He actually wanted to use this move to deal with the Divine Gu dynasty. Imperial Tutor Yuan was so angry that he coughed. Alliance leader Lu, even if His Majesty is your enemy, you shouldn't randomly frame my Divine Gu dynasty. This. Young Empress Qing glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin, you either have to prove that my Divine Gu dynasty is truly colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance, or else I, Young Empress Qing, will definitely not let you off. Even if I have to report this to the Board of Governors or even to Elder Chan, I will still demand an explanation. I won't rest until I'm dead. Lu Yin faced the head inquisitor and slowly bowed. Lord Inquisitor, I'm here because someone reported that the Divine Gu dynasty's former Grand Tutor had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop death, the poison of life, in Gu Flow Zone. Qing Shaohuang suddenly looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. Grand Tutor Yuan's expression changed drastically. Alliance leader Lu, don't speak nonsense. Lu Yin looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. The person who made the report is Yuan Miao Miao. The Imperial Tutor Qing Shaohuang and many others all looked into the distance. There Yuan Miao Miao was walking over and slowly bowing to the crowd. Miao Miao reports that the Imperial Tutor Yuan Zhong colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison. The evidence is irrefutable. Gong Hollow was a remote area in the Gu Flow Zone that was close to the Divine Gu continent. Its periphery was filled with poison and it was difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Even space-exploring cultivators would have a slim chance of surviving if they entered. The innermost part of the hollow was filled with a type of poisonous metal known as a gong. Although this metal was poisonous, it was not very useful, which was why not many people went to Gong Hollow. Lu Yin had invited the head inquisitor to Gu Flow Zone because of Yuan Miao Miao's report. Her words alone were enough to convince the head inquisitor to make a trip, but whether or not it was true would depend on the head inquisitor's judgment. It had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Lu Yin's greatest worry was that the head inquisitor's arrival would coincidentally coincide with the second Night King's arrival. In that case, he would have no choice but to allow the second Night King to remain imprisoned in Kuan's Marsh. This was a step that had to be taken. Ever since Miao Miao had told Lu Yin that Grand Tutor Yuan had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop the life poison, Lu Yin and Wang Wen had decided on a plan that would push Shaohuang Qing into the abyss. This was the most important step in unifying the Innerverse. The head judge led Shaohuang Qing, Lu Yin, Yuan Miao Miao and Grand Tutor Yuan to the gong cavity. Everyone could only wait. Balsam's eyes flickered. There really was a problem here. If that was the case, then when she recalled that Lu Qianjue and the others had attacked the blazing mist flow zone, would Lu Yin have been prepared? If Lu Yin had been prepared for all of this, then he would have been too ruthless and too calculative. Of the Innerverse, 8 great flow zones, the First Flow Zone, the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone, and the Spirit Seal Flow Zone were all attacking the blazing mist flow zone. Lu Yin had personally taken action against the Gu Flow Zone, while the Day-Night Flow Zone and Chaos Flow Zones were already half-crippled. Erudite Flow Zone did not dare to make a move. If all of this was related to Lu Yin's scheme, then the entire structure of the Innerverse would change. She had clearly heard that the Gu Flow Zone's banquet had been a result of the Sword Sect and the other powers scheming against Lu Yin, so how had it ended up like this? In the gong cavity, the head judge led Lu Yin forward. He waved his hand, causing the poison to disperse. There were close to 20 planets in this area, but because they had been corroded by the gong cavity's poison for many years, there were no signs of life. Grand Tutor Yuan glared at Yuan Miao Miao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Yin blocked Yuan Miao Miao's side and looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. Since you're already here, then just tell me the location of the poison of life. Perhaps the head judge will be lenient with your punishment. I won't be lenient. You'll definitely die, the head judge said coldly. Lu Yin was speechless. Alliance Master Lu, the one who offended you was Shaohuang Qing. It has nothing to do with me. Why are you causing trouble for me? Are you trying to slander me? Grand Tutor Yuan gritted his teeth. Xiao Huangqing also stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin, don't think that you can slander my divine venomous dynasty just because you found a random place. You might have already thrown out some poison of life here to slander me, but the head judge won't be fooled by you. Suddenly the head judge made a move and tapped out with a finger. The gong cavity split apart and pairs of scarlet eyes opened. There were quite a few hidden corpse kings here, and one of them used its red eye transformation. Its rune lines surpassed Grand Tutor Yuan's, and its power level surpassed 1,000,000. Lu Yin was shocked. That had been close. Fortunately, when Yuan Miao Miao had told him the location, he had not explored it himself and had instead told the head judge about it. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble, and even the second Night King might not have been able to save him. A red-eye transformation corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 was quite powerful, and it would have been a cosmic imprinter in the Sixth Mainland. However, it had not stood a chance against the head judge's Libra judgment and had been instantly killed. There were indeed many traces of the poison of life here in the gong cavity. Xiao Huangqing was in disbelief. How is that possible? It's fake, it's all fake. He glared at Lu Yin. You're slandering me. It's definitely. Lu Yin sneered. Are you saying that I have the ability to capture a corpse king with a power level of 1,000,000 and throw it here to slander you? If that's the case, then why don't I just get the corpse king to kill you? It's the Neo-Human Alliance's doing, and there's no evidence pointing to me. Xiao Huangqing was speechless, and he turned to look at Grand Tutor Yuan. Grand Tutor Yuan's face was ashen and his eyes were filled with despair. When he saw Grand Tutor Yuan's expression, Xiao Huangqing understood and his face paled. It's you? You colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance? Why? I've treated you well, so why did you collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? Grand Tutor Yuan clenched his fists and glared at Yuan Miao Miao. I should have killed you. I should have killed you. Yuan Miao Miao closed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. Stop pretending, Xiao Huangqing. You were the one who told Grand Tutor Yuan to collude with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop the poison of life. Perhaps the poison of life was secretly developed by your divine Gu dynasty from the start, and then you sold it to the Neo-Human Alliance, Lu Yin said. Xiao Huangqing roared and his eyes widened. Nonsense. My Qing family rules over the Gu flow zone. Why would we collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? You're trying to slander me. Lu Yin picked his ear. That's the truth and you still want to deny it? Grand Tutor Yuan was right in front of you, and with your strength, how could you not have seen that he was colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance? Stop pretending. Xiao Huangqing was furious and he grabbed at Lu Yin. Nonsense. He barely took a step before he was unable to move again. The head judge coldly said, impudence. Just those two words woke Xiao Huangqing up from his daze, and he thought of the worst possible outcome. Regardless of whether or not Grand Tutor Yuan's collusion with the Neo-Human Alliance had anything to do with him, he would still be taken away for investigation. Given the Hall of Honor's attitude towards the Neo-Human Alliance, there was no way he would be safe. If he returned to the Divine Gu dynasty, then where would the Divine Gu dynasty go? He looked at Lu Yin with uncertainty in his eyes. This person had set his sights on the Divine Gu dynasty, and if he was around, then this would be the outcome. The more he thought about it, the colder Xiao Huangqing became. His heart was cold and his body was even colder. Lord Judge, I've been wronged. This junior definitely did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance, Xiao Huangqing said bitterly as he tried to prove his innocence. Whether or not you've been wronged will be determined after the trial, the head judge coldly replied. He then fixed the void around the Gong Depression to prevent anyone from entering and brought Lu Yin and the rest back to the palace in Gu King City. When everyone saw the ashen-faced and despairing Grand Tutor Yuan and the pale-faced Xiao Huangqing, they knew that Lu Yin's report was true. The Jackal Prince and the rest felt as if the sky had collapsed. Yuan Zhong colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and will be brought back to the Realm Mountain for investigation. Xiao Huangqing will also be investigated. No one from the Divine Gu dynasty is allowed to leave the Gu flow zone, and they are to be investigated at any time, the head judge declared coldly. Lu Yin immediately agreed. The Great Eastern Alliance will definitely assist the Hall of Honor in the trial of the Divine Gu dynasty. Bring the little saint back. We'll do our best to assist the little saint. Bring him back. These were Xiao Huangqing's last words before he was taken away. It had clearly been a banquet to celebrate a breakthrough, but it had ended up being a prelude to Xiao Huangqing's capture and trial. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, not knowing how to face him. The Jackal Prince looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Huangqing had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance, his future would not be good. The best outcome would be to be imprisoned for a period of time, and it would be impossible for him to regain control of the Divine Gu dynasty. The Hall of Honor would definitely investigate the Divine Gu dynasty, and he could not even begin to imagine how many people would be implicated. He himself might be implicated as well. With the Hall of Honor's methods, although the Divine Gu dynasty would not be completely destroyed, it would still be severely damaged. Qing Longlong walked in front of Lu Yin and glared at him. She then looked at Yuan Miaomiao. What happened? Tell me. Yuan Miaomiao's eyes dimmed. Longlong Yuanzhong is not my grandfather. He killed my parents and colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance. What does that have to do with my father? Qing Longlong shouted at the top of her lungs. Yuan Miaomiao shook her head. I don't know if it has anything to do with His Majesty. I'm only reporting Yuanzhong. Qing Longlong was stunned. Indeed, Yuan Miaomiao had only reported Yuanzhong, not Xiao Huangqing. Xiao Huangqing had only been taken away for trial because Yuanzhong had implicated him, and it had nothing to do with Yuan Miaomiao. Even if it had not been Yuan Miaomiao who had reported Yuanzhong, Xiao Huangqing would still have been taken away for trial because he was the emperor of the Divine Gu dynasty. Why now? Why? Qing Longlong asked weakly. Yuan Miaomiao looked at her. If it wasn't now, would I have the ability to report it? Would it even work? You can report it to my father. I don't have any evidence. The evidence was determined by the head judge, and I don't even have the chance to tell His Majesty. If I do, I'll die, Yuan Miaomiao said bitterly. Qing Longlong loosened her grip. Indeed, if Yuan Miaomiao had reported this to Xiao Huangqing, Tutor Yuan would have died, and so would Yuan Miaomiao. This matter could not be spread, and anyone who knew about it would have to die. Yuan Miaomiao had only thought about herself, so she could not blame her. She could only say that Lu Yin had come at the perfect time, and she had been the one to pull the strings and allow Yuan Miaomiao and Lu Yin to meet. This was all her fault. Chapter 1778. At this moment, many cultivators from the Divine Gu dynasty surrounded Lu Yin and stared at him with murderous intent. Since Lu Yin was young King Qing's enemy, he was naturally the Divine Gu dynasty's enemy as well. In the sky and on the ground, countless Gu worms and cultivators surrounded the imperial palace, waiting for an order to kill Lu Yin. Little Mountain God and the rest were relaxed. Although young King Qing had been taken away by the head inquisitor, he had asked for it. In any case, the Great Eastern Alliance was probably out of luck, as they would not have a single enlighter. As for an emissary, that was even more impossible. They did not care about the Divine Gu dynasty's fate, as they were all here to watch the show. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd before finally landing on Prince Ruan. Is this the Divine Gu dynasty's attitude towards me? Prince Ruan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Lu Yin. Everything that had happened flashed through his mind, and in the end he raised a hand and waved. Your Highness, His Majesty was harmed by this person. Please allow us to kill him. Someone shouted, looking at Lu Yin with hostility. Many people agreed, including some of the Divine Gu dynasty's ministers. These cultivators who could appear in the palace all had venomous insects, and all sorts of venomous insects surrounded Lu Yin. In the distance, outside the palace, Little Fa and the other participants of the competition were being chased away from the palace. Yiguan woke up with a dazed expression. His luck had been pretty good, as he had relied on the life-extending butterfly to survive the second Night King's attack and had even avoided being captured by the head inquisitor. Otherwise, with his relationship with young King Qing, he would have been captured as well. Where's His Majesty? Yiguan was at a loss. As soon as he spoke, Prince Ruan raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. With a swipe, Yiguan slowly fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Lu Yin looked at Yiguan's corpse with a strange expression. Although the second Night King's attack had not been powerful, it had still been enough to kill this person. However, Yiguan had been able to survive because of the life-extending butterfly, and the second Night King had not attacked him after that, allowing him to survive. In the end, however, he had died at Prince Ruan's hands. Prince Ruan looked at Yiguan with disgust. Many things had been instigated by this person, including Elder Lianxin's meeting with his brother. It was also this person who had instigated his brother to be hostile towards the Great Eastern Alliance. This person should have been dead a long time ago. Alliance Master Lu, my divine venomous insect dynasty has absolutely no ill intentions towards you. We trapped you inside the two-headed centipede because we sensed that someone was trying to assassinate you. It was a form of protection. The facts have proven that someone was indeed trying to assassinate you, Alliance Master Lu, said the cunning prince sincerely. Lu Yin looked at him strangely. Lu Yin wasn't the only one. Everyone else also looked at the Prince of Harems strangely. Just how thick was this guy's skin to say something like that? The group of people from the Divine Venom dynasty looked at the cunning prince with a strange gaze. Was this the cunning prince who did not care about court affairs, was occasionally arrogant and conceited, but was also afraid of death? Was it that Prince Naughty who was good at protecting himself? Although Lu Yin's words were shameless, they dissolved the most direct hostility between the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty and Lu Yin. Not only that, but killing Director Yi was also an explanation to Lu Yin. It was only now that Lu Yin truly understood the benevolent prince. This person was even more patient than young Empress Qing. Back then, Lu Yin had thought that the benevolent prince had no desires and was merely afraid of death. Now, however, it seemed that the benevolent prince was more suited to rule the Divine Gu dynasty than young Empress Qing. At least he was thick-skinned. Lu Yin smiled. So you're saying that the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty has no enmity towards me? Of course, the cunning prince said seriously. When the Great Eastern Alliance first entered Fennel Flow Zone, that was the gateway to our Gu Flow Zone. My Divine Venomous Beast dynasty did not make things difficult for you, and we even helped you. Today we've invited Alliance Master Lu here to express our goodwill. That slave offended Alliance Master Lu, and as an apology my royal brother is willing to allow Alliance Master Lu to enter the treasury and choose whatever you like. As for the second Night King's assassination, it was a complete accident. The Day-Night clan was trying to sow discord, and I hope that Alliance Master Lu does not believe them. Alliance Master Lu should understand the Day-Night clan better than we do. When Night King Zhenwu fought with Alliance Master Lu, he actually poisoned you beforehand. How can the words of someone from that clan be taken seriously? Qing Longlong felt as if this was the first time she had met the cunning prince. This uncle of hers who did not like to talk much seemed to be able to see through many things. The cunning prince's explanation was not very convincing, and it could only be said that he was thick-skinned. Now that Qing Longlong had been taken away for trial, Lu Yin no longer had any thoughts of making an enemy out of the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty. His goal was to get Gu Flow Zone to join the Great Eastern Alliance, not to make enemies. Since the cunning prince had already shown his friendliness, Lu Yin did not mind giving him a way out. Your Highness is right. The Day-Night clan cannot be trusted, Lu Yin said with a sigh. The cunning prince relaxed. His standpoint was different from Qing Longlong's. Even if Lu Yin did not join the Great Eastern Alliance, the cunning prince still did not want to offend this person. This person was too ruthless. Your Highness, Qing Longlong views Lu Yin as a great enemy. It was because of him that the palace was destroyed, and it was also because of him that the Divine Venomous Beast dynasty was surrounded by the Great Eastern Alliance. Have you forgotten all of this? Mr. Yu asked. The Great Eastern Alliance is about to disappear, Ling Gong mocked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin blinked and looked at Ling Gong. The Great Eastern Alliance is about to disappear? What do you mean? Ling Gong coldly replied, the blazing mist flow zone should be very lively. Why don't you ask around and find out for yourself? Lu Yin glanced at Yuehua Mavis and Xianxia before sweeping his gaze across Wen Yao, Wen Sanxi, Qing Longlong, Ling Ke and the rest. It seems like something happened while we were trapped inside the two-headed centipede. Actually, I wanted to invite everyone to watch a show when we left, but the appearance of the Neo-Human Alliance and the Head Inquisitor disrupted the flow of events. It's not too late to watch it now. Lu Yin raised his hand and activated his gadget to connect to someone. Not long after, a screen rose up and gradually expanded until it floated above the palace's destroyed building. An intense battle was taking place within the screen. On one side was Qin Huang, a giant that was too eye-catching. On the other side was a similarly enormous creature, the Mountain God. The battle between Qin Huang and the Mountain God shook the stars. Aside from Qin Huang, there was another inconspicuous figure who was also battling the Mountain God. The figure was Luo Huang. Qin Huang and Luo Huang were working together against the Mountain God, but they were still at a disadvantage. Alliance Master, the Mountain God, is still the leader of one of the 8 great flow zones. Although he might be the weakest, he's still not weak. He's not someone that Qin Huang and Luo Huang can deal with. Following that, Qin Huang's 9-line battle force was shattered, and his enormous body was pushed back. The Mountain God viciously pressed down, causing Qin Huang to spit out blood. The Mountain God clearly had the upper hand, but for some reason the little Mountain God did not feel happy at all. This was because the person who had spoken to Lu Yin had sounded very relaxed. Lu Yin replied, "If you can't beat him, then switch opponents. Don't die. There's no need for that. Someone will come to help soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 rings of plum blossom froze the sky. The Ice Empress of the Royal Frost Continent arrived and attacked the Mountain God. Further away, an undying bird was frozen in the void. When the Ice Empress appeared, Lu Yin no longer cared about the battlefield. Contact Wei Rong. Following that, another screen rose up that also showed a great battle between 2 women. One was Ling Qiu, the leader of the Lingling clan. The other was the leader of the secluded court, Madame Yu. Madame Yu? Ling Gong and Ling Ke were shocked. Impossible. The secluded court is controlled by the Sword Sect. Why would Madame Yu attack the Lingling clan? In terms of absolute power, Madame Yu was not stronger than Ling Qiu, but she was from the Yu family of the 7 courts, and her foundation surpassed that of the Lingling clan. It would be difficult to determine a victor between the 2 women. Contact Ku Wei. Another screen rose up, but this one was trembling. The person recording the battle was constantly retreating. Sword Qi swept across the screen and the void was torn apart. No one could see the person on the screen. "Master, I don't dare to go any closer. That's the battle between Lu Qinjue and ancestor Ling Taizu," Ku Wei said. Ling Gong suddenly stepped forward and stared at the screen. Although he could not see it, there was no mistaking it. The person fighting against ancestor Ling Taizu was definitely Lu Qinjue. But why? Shouldn't Lu Qinjue be fighting against the Great Eastern Alliance? Why was he fighting against the Lingling clan? Lu Yin was astonished. Ancestor Ling Taizu? I never thought that there would be such an expert. What's going on? Little Mountain God cried out and turned to glare at Li Zimo. Why is the Sword Sect helping the Great Eastern Alliance? Ling Gong, Wen Yao, Mr. Yu and the rest all looked at Li Zimo. The Sword Sect had changed sides, and Lu Qinjue and Madame Yu had both helped the Great Eastern Alliance. This had directly affected the battle situation, and even ancestor Ling Taizu, who had been hiding all this time, had joined the battle. This was the show that Lu Yin had brought them to watch. Li Zimo was very calm and he did not speak. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire Xingu continent. The Day-Night Flow Zone, Chaos Flow Zone, Blazing Mist Flow Zone, and the First Flow Zone all belong to the Great Eastern Alliance. The Gu Flow Zone has been sealed and is now facing the Interstellar Arbiter's investigation. What else do you have to resist? He then looked at Wen Sansi. What's the Erudite Flow Zone's stance? Wen Sansi looked at Lu Yin deeply. My Wen family has always been friendly with the Great Eastern Alliance and we have never been enemies. Lu Yin smiled. From today onwards, the Great Eastern Alliance will officially join the Immerse 8 Great Flow Zones. Everyone stared at him in shock. The cunning prince was currently representing the Gu Flow Zone, but he could not refute Lu Yin's words, nor did he dare to. Young King Qing's fate was a perfect example. Little Mountain God and the rest stared blankly at the battle on the screen, not knowing what to do. Today should have been the day that the Great Eastern Alliance would decline, so why had things turned out this way? What had gone wrong? Why was the Sword Sect helping Lu Yin? Lu Yin looked down at the crowd. It was not enough, and this was only the starting point. It would take some time before the Immerse would truly join the Great Eastern Alliance, but that time was running out. This region of space would eventually belong to Lu Yin and no one would be able to stop him. Regardless of whether it was Lu Qinjue or Ling Taizu who won, the Great Eastern Alliance would definitely win in the end. There was still Emperor Lu who had yet to make a move. Emperor Lu had hidden himself out of fear of Kun Zhe, or else he would have made a move long ago. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, there was a sudden change. A beam of sword qi slashed through space and sliced the entire universe horizontally, revealing the astral source universe. It was Emperor Lu's sword qi. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There's someone else? Space crumbled as a palm was cut off, turning into a strange branch that fell to the ground. Emperor Lu streaked past the stars and disappeared in a flash. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This person was not with Ling Taizu and the rest, and he had attacked in secret. Furthermore, Emperor Lu's attack had come from within the Ross Empire's stronghold. This person had entered the stronghold. Chapter 1779. This shocking turn of events completely stunned the people of the Spirit Palace. There were still hidden peerless fighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. Deal with it as soon as possible. Following his command, the starry sky's sword chi swept out. A beam of sword chi cut off the mountain deity, another beam severed Ling Qiu's arm, and another beam injured Ling Taizu. It was Emperor Lu's sword chi. His strength far surpassed these people. There was no one in the Innerverse who could match Emperor Lu's innate gift. Even the second Night King would need time to make up for it. Otherwise he would not be Emperor Lu's opponent. Seeing that Spirit Taizu and the others had been defeated, those from Spirit Palace turned pale. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. Lu Yin turned off the screen and looked at the people from Ling Gong. Was this show good? The Imperial Palace was silent. They had all witnessed the defeat of the Innerverse 8 Great Flow Zones, and they had also witnessed the Great Eastern Alliance dominating the Innerverse. Actually, Lu Yin had not expected that the war with the 8 Great Flow Zones would end in such a manner. However, it was such a coincidence that Yuan Miao Miao's report had allowed Lu Yin to gain control over the Divine Venomous Dynasty. Lu Qianjue's betrayal had also left the Lingling clan and the other powers powerless to resist, and they were naturally suppressed by the Great Eastern Alliance. From then on, the Innerverse no longer had the power to resist the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no power to resist, but the power of the sovereign was watching. Mr. Wright immediately contacted the board of directors and informed the entire Hall of Honor. When the Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Outerverse, the Hall of Honor had not paid much attention to it, just like how no one had cared when Lu Yin had headed to the Neoverse as an Outerverse master. However, unifying the Innerverse was different. There was a fundamental difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. There were about 10 light emissaries in the entire Innerverse. Even the behemoths in the Neoverse did not have that many emissaries on their own. The Hall of Honor only had this many emissaries on the surface. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse, which meant that Lu Yin's power had reached a level that could rival the behemoths of the Neoverse. This did not even include the powers behind him such as Leon's Armada or Lu Yefei, who had mysteriously helped him. The Innerverse and Outerverse belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, which meant that Lu Yin had the right to speak up in the Fifth Mainland. He also had the right to bargain with the 3 Dark Hands in the Hall of Honor. Their statuses were worlds apart. No one had expected Lu Yin to act so quickly and so unexpectedly. Mr. Yu had witnessed the entire process. There had been no warning at all from the very beginning, and it had been the enemy who had taken the initiative to attack the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the Innerverse. Lu Yin did not stop Mr. Yu from informing the board of directors, as he wanted to contact Elder Chan himself. If Elder Chan was unwilling to allow the Great Eastern Alliance to unify the Innerverse, then everything that Lu Yin had done would have been for naught. That might not be the case. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He still had Kue Luo, so it wasn't as if he didn't have the qualifications to compete. Please return to your residences, Lu Yin said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone he saw lowered their heads. Little Mountain God, Wen Yao and even Mr. Wright didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ling Gong stared at Lu Yin stubbornly, but Lu Yin ignored her as she was dragged away by Ling Quebec. Yuhua Mavis was the first to leave, followed by Balsam and the others. Gradually, only the people from the Divine Venomous Dynasty were left in the dilapidated Imperial Palace. Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Elder Chan. Not long after, Elder Chan's voice was heard. Congratulations. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. If Senior does not wish for the Innerverse and Outerverse to be unified, then this Junior can immediately dissolve the Great Eastern Alliance. Elder Chan replied, the Hall of Honor has its own concerns. With its strength it can easily control everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but it cannot do so. The Hall of Honor is too tyrannical, and the interstellar arbitrators represent judgment. To everyone, the Hall of Honor is like a blade that can fall at any time. The Great Eastern Alliance is different. It seems like a loose alliance, but because of their own interests they have joined together. It is not just for you, Lu Xiaoxian, but also for themselves. They joined the Great Eastern Alliance because the Great Eastern Alliance can bring them benefits, not because they fear death. The Great Eastern Alliance is not a hegemony. It is an alliance. This is the purpose of the Great Eastern Alliance's establishment. If there comes a day when they realize that the enemy they are facing is undefeatable, will they still firmly support you? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Senior, this junior has already said that I will not lead the Great Eastern Alliance to become enemies with the cosmic trees for my own selfish desires. I will not let the Eternals benefit. Elder Chan sighed. After the Autark tournament, the Hall of Honor decided to fully support you. Whether it is unifying the outer verse, the inner verse, the cosmic sea, or even the neoverse, as long as you have the ability, the Hall of Honor will not stop you. In fact, we will even help you. That is because you are Lu Yin. Do you understand? Lu Yin suddenly asked, Can this junior ask senior a question? Speak. Did the primeval surnames really abandon the fifth mainland? There was no response from the other end of the gadget. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, so he waited patiently. After a while, Elder Chan finally spoke. Why do you ask? Lu Yin sighed. Because the upper three gates are located at the battlefield behind the cosmic trees. That's because there is a battlefield behind the cosmic trees. Elder Chan remained silent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Although I lost my memories, I more or less understood the Lu family during my time in the cosmic trees. The Lu family is very popular there, and at least the Lu family, the Nong family, and Memory Idler Academy are not willing to become enemies with the Lu family. Countless people are looking forward to the Lu family's return, and they would rather die than submit to the four-way scales. I don't believe that the Lu family would abandon their ancestral lands. I am both Lu Yin and Lu Xian. Neither Lu Yin nor Lu Xian are people who would abandon their ancestral lands. That means that the Lu family will not do so either. The truth is that the fifth mainland was indeed abandoned by the sixth mainland. The Lu family is the only one who has the ability to take away the mother tree and abandon the fifth mainland, Elder Chan said in a low voice. If there is no battlefield behind the cosmic trees, then the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland would not be able to resist the Eternals, and the fifth mainland would not even be able to resist the 12 Marquises. Can I understand that the cosmic trees are helping the fifth mainland block the Eternals? Lu Yin asked. It's one thing for the primeval surnames to abandon the ancestral lands, but it's another thing for them to block the enemies for the ancestral lands. Even if there is a battlefield behind, it cannot erase the fact that they caused the ancestral lands to be swapped. If the progenitors from the Lu family, the four-way scales, and the other families had stayed behind, the sixth mainland would have been defeated without a doubt. Progenitor Qin would not have had to fight alone, and the symbol ancestor would not have died helplessly while carrying the civilization on his back. The fifth mainland would not have been without a progenitor, Elder Chan said sternly. Lu Yin understood the resentment that Elder Chan and the others felt towards the cosmic trees. It was not just them. Their seniors and seniors had all produced half-progenitors, but because their skies had been swapped, they had not been able to produce a progenitor. Lu Yin could fully understand the grievances of dying without even having the chance to break through to the progenitor realm. This was what it meant that no matter what the cosmic trees did for the fifth mainland, it could not offset the fact that the fifth mainland's skies had been swapped and abandoned. However, Lu Yin's conversation with Elder Chan also confirmed that the cosmic trees had indeed helped the fifth mainland block the Eternals. Their past might not have been the truth that everyone knew. The current truth was something that those who had remained behind had imagined due to the blurring of time. The fifth mainland was like this, and so was the cosmic trees. They all believed from the bottom of their hearts that the fifth mainland had been abandoned. After understanding this, Lu Yin's heart suddenly brightened and he no longer felt guilty. Even if Lu Yin could forcefully lead the Great Eastern Alliance to rebel against the four-way scales, if his heart was filled with guilt towards the fifth mainland, then that would eventually become a weakness. But now that weakness had been fixed. The Lu family did not owe the fifth mainland anything. On the contrary, they might have actively blocked the Eternals for the fifth mainland. Now he needed the fifth mainland's strength to help the Lu family return. This was the truth that he had to believe. As for the truth that Elder Chan and the others believed that the fifth mainland had been abandoned, Lu Yin chose not to believe it. He wanted to make up for his flaw, and this was the only way. If he succeeded in the end and the Lu family returned, then he could do something based on the truth of the past. However, the prerequisite was that the Lu family had to return. After clarifying his heart, Lu Yin let out a long breath and stopped arguing with Elder Chan. The inner verse and outer verse have been unified, and you now have the qualifications to speak directly with the Hall of Honor. That's why I'm telling you all this. I also want to confirm with you that we will not fight with the four-way scales and not let the Eternals off. This is everyone's bottom line. Everyone's bottom line. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What if the four-way scale sends someone to kill me? Elder Chan was silent for a moment. They can't do that. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He had thought that Elder Chan would say that they would try their best to protect him or even abandon him. He had not expected Elder Chan to say such a thing. Where did he get the confidence to say such a thing? The four-way scales. Lu Yin felt that something was wrong as Elder Chan's tone was very certain. The four-way scales could send more than one half progenitor to the fifth mainland to kill him, and even a progenitor would appear. Elder Chan did not have the qualifications to say such a thing, but he had still said it. Lu Yin thought back to how Elder Chan had protected him on the Realm Mountain, and how helpless Elder Chan had sounded when he had first learned that Lu Yin was Zhou Xian. Elder Chan definitely knew something, and the most likely person was Mr. Mu. Senior, have you heard of Mr. Mu? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Elder Chan fell silent again, and after a while he said, I've heard of him and met him before. Lu Yin's eyes widened. As expected, Elder Chan had protected him so much because of Mr. Mu. Otherwise, with the Hall of Honor's attitude, they would not have looked into the matter when Lu Yin had been taken to the Eternal Kingdom to be modified. They had even removed the unaging Elder's authority because of this. As expected, it was all because of Mr. Mu. Senior, do you know of my relationship with Mr. Mu? Lu Yin asked. Elder Chan replied, There's no need to ask. You won't be able to get anything out of me. If you have the time, why don't you ask your senior? Head Inquisitor? If he's willing to talk, then so be it. If he's unwilling to talk, then it has nothing to do with me. In any case, even if you are master and disciple with that mister, you cannot shake the fifth mainland's bottom line. The Eternals are humanity's greatest enemy, and you must remember this. Elder Chan ended the call. Chapter 1780. Lu Yin put down his gadget and relaxed. Elder Chan actually knew about Mr. Mu, and his tone was very respectful. This made things easier, and Lu Yin did not mind using Mr. Mu's name. The gadget beeped and Lu Yin opened it. Master, we've defeated Master. The entire Innerverse is ours. Little Wei, gather the giants and sweep through the Innerverse. Capture all the disobedient ones and pick a few beautiful ones to warm Master's bed. Master. Lu Yin frowned. Shut up. Ku Wei hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. The screen opened and Lu Yin saw Ling Qiu, Shan Shen, Ling Taizu, Abel Phoenix and the other emissaries. They were all in a sorry state, especially Shan Shen, whose body had been split open by Lu Huang's sword qi. One of Ling Qiu's arms had been severed, and Ling Taizu had blood at the corner of his mouth. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Lu Yin with a helpless expression. Lu Qinjue, Chen Huang, Luo Huang, Madame Yu and the Ice Empress were all around them. 9 emissaries were gathered on the screen, and they represented most of the Innerverse strength. They can't resist, right? Lu Yin asked. Luo Huang respectfully replied, Their bodies have all been sealed by the Ice Empress. Lu Yin nodded. Lock them up. We'll talk about it when I get back. Anyone from the Beast Tamer's flow zone or Spirit Seal flow zone will die. Understood. After ending the call, Lu Yin contacted Lu Huang with a cold expression. Who is it? Lu Huang shook his head. I don't know. I've never fought him before, so he's unfamiliar. He's not very strong, but he's very strange. His power level is probably about the same as Lu Qinjue's. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What's his goal? I discovered him as soon as he arrived at the stronghold. He probably didn't expect me to be hiding in the stronghold. It wasn't just Lu Huang, as Lu Yin had also hidden the Sea King to guard against the 7 courts. The 7 courts had not been prepared for this, but a mysterious person had appeared. If Lu Yin's guess was right, it was definitely the Leaf King. Lu Yin had guessed that the Leaf King was powerful and had great ambitions, but he had not expected him to be able to escape from Lu Huang. The Leaf King's goal was clearly Lu Yin's sapling. Over at the Gu Flow Zone, other than allowing the Divine Gu dynasty to join the Great Eastern Alliance, he also wanted to take a look at the wireless Gu and try his best to find out that piece of information that might be related to Deep Red Hell. There was nothing else for him to do and he wanted to quickly settle this and return. Since the god of forgotten ruins had guessed that it was him, he would not let it go so easily. He had to think of a way to call Kuei Luo over. He did not know what that old man was up to. Lu Yin stayed in the dilapidated palace for half a day and contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, Xianxia and Shui Chuanshao. His main goal was to discuss the unification of the Innerverse. Prince Ruan, Qing Long Long, Yuan Miao Miao, and the rest of the Divine Gu Dynasty's people were standing far away from Lu Yin, and they could only watch from afar. The rest of the Divine Gu Dynasty's people also distanced themselves from Lu Yin. Even though they wanted to attack Lu Yin, they did not have the ability to do so. When the sky turned completely dark, Lu Yin put his gadget away. The matter of the Innerverse, various large and small flow zones joining the Great Eastern Alliance could be left to those few people. Once the 8 great flow zones were taken care of, there would be no other problems. What Lu Yin wanted to check right now was the Divine Gu Dynasty's treasury. Reality proved that every time he defeated a powerful force he would make a fortune. Young Empress Qing asked me to go to the National Treasury to pick out something that I like. Does that still count? Lu Yin looked at the prince with a fervent expression. The wolf prince's face twitched. Yes, of course. I'll lead the way. Lu Yin nodded and waved at Yuan Miao Miao, who hurried over. Now that she had escaped the threat of Tutor Yuan, she was in much better spirits. Go back and wait for me. I'll find you, Lu Yin said gently to her, his eyes shining as he looked at her face. Many people would think that this was a look of fondness, but in reality, Lu Yin was looking at progenitor Chen's symbol beneath the passion flower on her face. Yuan Miao Miao acknowledged softly and was about to leave when she suddenly paused and looked at Qing Long Long. She opened her mouth but did not know what to say. Qing Long Long remained silent in her original spot. Lu Yin asked the Wolf Prince, "Is she trying to find Casanova?" The Wolf Prince nodded. Everyone had heard what young Empress Qing had said before she had been taken away. The future leader of the Divine Gu Dynasty would be Casanova, who was young Empress Qing's only son. Actually, I think that you're very suitable to lead the Divine Gu Dynasty, Lu Yin said as he followed the Wolf Prince to a corner of the palace. Lu Yin's words stunned the Wolf Prince, and he recalled what Lu Yin had said to him back in the Fennel Flow Zone. This was the second time that Lu Yin had tried to recruit him, but the Wolf Prince had still rejected the offer. Casanova is the true successor of the Divine Gu Dynasty. Lu Yin laughed. There's no such thing as a successor of the Divine Gu Dynasty. It's just that the successor has too much authority and others can't resist. If they could resist, who would be willing to be stepped on? You're a prince of the Divine Gu Dynasty, and even that servant dared to be rude to you. Do you really not care at all? The Wolf Prince replied softly, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Alliance Leader Lu. I really don't want any authority. It's too tiring." Lu Yin looked at him seriously, shook his head and stopped trying to persuade him. After young Empress Qing had been taken away, the Wolf Prince had resolved the Divine Gu Dynasty's crisis with just a few words. At that time, everyone had looked at him in a new light, and Lu Yin had also thought that the Wolf Prince wanted to lead the Divine Gu Dynasty. Now, however, it seemed that the Wolf Prince's thoughts ran even deeper. If he took the helm of the Divine Gu Dynasty, there was only one path he could take, and that was to join the Great Eastern Alliance. It would be fine if the outcome was good, but if he joined the Great Eastern Alliance and led the Divine Gu Dynasty into dire straits, then he would be the greatest sinner in the history of the Divine Gu Dynasty. Regardless of whether the Wolf Prince was willing to lead the Divine Gu Dynasty, the current situation meant that the position of emperor had to be given to Casanova. Lu Yin never underestimated these seemingly idle people, and he had deeply experienced this from Ming Zhaoshu. It was not that some people did not want to fight, but rather that it was not the time for them to fight. Lu Yin looked down on these people from a higher vantage point and he could see them very clearly. In that case, were there people like Ming Zhaoshu and the Wolf Prince among those who were on the same level as him or even higher? Right, there was also Undying Yushan. Who could see through such people? Intelligence was a type of strength, and even the most ordinary person's intelligence might surpass that of a half-ancestor. This was Lu Yin's first visit to the Divine Gu Dynasty's imperial palace, and it had already become like this. A corner of the palace was heavily guarded, and there were even enlighters among them. The Wolf Prince was currently in charge of the Divine Gu Dynasty on behalf of young Empress Qing, so he did not need to go through any formalities and could directly enter. However, these people looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of hatred. You should teach them a lesson. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold myself back and I might cause a storm of blood, Lu Yin said calmly as he followed the Wolf Prince underground. The Wolf Prince's heart skipped a beat. Understood, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin looked at the Wolf Prince. What should you call me? The Wolf Prince's eyes flashed and he hesitated for a moment but he did not speak. Lu Yin laughed and continued walking forward. The Wolf Prince relaxed and continued to follow. The Divine Gu dynasty's treasury was located within a spatial tear, just like the strange sect on planet Aegis. The Blaze Realm's resources had also been hidden in a similar place. Lu Yin looked at the mountain of star essence as well as the countless poisons, materials, goo and so on. His eyes lit up with delight. Is the Divine Gu dynasty that rich? Lu Yin was shocked as the amount of star essence here far surpassed anything he had found in the Fifth Mainland. Even if it could not compare to the junior progenitor planet in the Cosmic Tree Realm, it was still very exaggerated. The Wolf Prince looked at Lu Yin's delighted expression as the rumors were true. This person's greatest hobby was collecting star essence. Although the Divine Gu dynasty does not interact with the outside world, countless people enter the Gu flow zone every year to buy Gu poison. Many people also die in the Gu flow zone, and their belongings are not leaked to the outside world. Thus, the dynasty naturally collects them. Over time, the Divine Gu dynasty gained control of a lot of resources. Lu Yin understood now. Everyone else had their own income and expenses, but the Divine Gu dynasty did not have any income or expenses. If someone entered the Gu flow zone, it meant that there was demand and it was a seller's market. He remembered that Xianxia had once complained about not being able to do business with the people from the Gu flow zone. Those people were brainless and would charge whatever price they wanted. They were usually very high and it was up to them to decide whether to buy or not. They were complete scoundrels in the business world. Now these scoundrels' resources were benefiting Lu Yin. 5 billion star essence, the Weasel Prince said. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I like the Divine Gu dynasty. The Wolf Prince was helpless. Actually, a considerable portion of the resources were taken away by my brother. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What a pity. Aside from star essence, the treasury was filled with poisons, goo and some other materials. There were also items, power vessels, battle techniques and so on. With Lu Yin's current level of knowledge, ordinary items no longer caught his eye. However, he still managed to find something useful in the treasury. Although there was only 1 grain of fates and it was already quite good. He also collected some strange poisons and materials, which he could trade with the Aurora Cosmos Ship Company or Eben City. What about Hell Guards? Lu Yin asked. He could not have forgotten about this poison. It was colorless and odorless and it did not even have rune lines. The Wolf Prince knew that Lu Yin would bring up Hell Guards. Hell Guards are the poison that my brother values the most, so they can't be stored in the treasury. He always carries them with him. Lu Yin looked at the Wolf Prince, who met Lu Yin's gaze without fear. Lu Yin believed that there was no need for him to hide Hell Guards at this moment. He took out an escape bead from his cosmic ring. There should be Hell Guards in here. The Wolf Prince hesitated. I don't know, but there should be. Why didn't young King Qing detonate the escape bead to poison me? Lu Yin asked. He probably had misgivings about the adjudicator, the Wolf Prince guessed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. No, it's because he was certain that he could return. In other words, the reason why he didn't detonate the escape bead to poison me was because he was afraid that the adjudicator would be able to detoxify me, but also because he truly did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance. Even if he was implicated by Yuanzhong, he would at most be imprisoned for a period of time before being released. The Wolf Prince was astonished. Alliance leader Lu believes that my brother did not collude with the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin laughed. I'm not the only one who believes that. The adjudicator believes that as well. Otherwise, you and Qing Longlong would not be here. You would have been taken away long ago. Chapter 1781. The prince wanted to say something, but Lu Yin looked at him calmly. You don't want me to testify for young King Qing, do you? The prince's heart sank when he saw Lu Yin's gaze. Right, why had he thought of that? His brother had been taken in by this person, so how could he let him out? No, Alliance leader Lu, you misunderstand, the prince said awkwardly. Lu Yin looked around. You said that the impermanence poison came from a strange flower that appeared in a spatial crack. Where's the flower? Naturally, it's with my brother, the prince replied. Lu Yin left, taking most of the resources in the treasury with him. Even if there were any left, he didn't care for them. Tell Xiao Fa to come see me. Ever since the incident at the palace, the people of the various cities on the Xingu continent had tried their best to stay away from the palace, but they didn't leave. Xiao Fa was quickly found along with 3 other youths, 1 girl and 2 boys. The 2 boys were as timid as Xiao Fa, and only the girl dared to sneak a glance at Lu Yin, but she quickly lowered her head. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Fa. Wireless goo, can it really ignore distance? Xiao Fa nodded timidly. Yes. You don't even know about the Star Source universe, so how can you guarantee that it can ignore distance? Lu Yin was curious. Xiao Fa mustered his courage and looked at Lu Yin. What's distance? Lu Yin hadn't expected this question. Tell me. Xiao Fa answered seriously. For a normal person it would take a few months to cross the Goo King city, but for a space-exploring cultivator, it would only take a few days. For a powerhouse like you, it would only take an instant. The distance is the same but the time is different. For a spacecraft, it can travel through wormholes and a long distance can be traversed in an instant. Distance is eternal but the method of traversing it is different. For wireless goo, no matter how far the distance is, it cannot stop them from communicating with each other. They don't have the concept of distance. Lu Yin listened quietly until Xiao Fa finished speaking half an hour later. When it came to his field of expertise, Xiao Fa spoke very seriously and courageously, but after he finished he trembled in fear. I don't really understand what you're talking about, but I can try, Lu Yin said. I need to use the wireless goo to contact you. Little Fa took out 2 wireless goo without hesitation, passing one to Lu Yin and keeping the other for himself. Lu Yin looked at the tadpole that could be crushed to death at any moment. How do I contact him? Simple, there are a total of 3,279 passwords, and according to the different sounds, it will have different reactions, using this to inform the other wireless goo. I'll teach you. Xiao Fa's eyes shone. It was not easy to meet a big shot who was interested. He had to get this rich man and provide them with research funds. Just teach anyone. All right. Very quickly Lu Yin learned the first command. He raised his foot and his figure flashed as he entered Astral Source Universe. He could still see little Fa and the others in front of him and he could even touch them easily. However, they could not see him. Little Fa and the rest were shocked. They didn't understand the situation at all and thought that Lu Yin had left. They had never come into contact with an emissary-level expert. Young Emperor Qing was not interested in them, and there was no second emissary in the entire Divine Gu dynasty. Thus they did not know about Star Source Universe, but they were confident in their wireless goo. Reality proved that their confidence was correct, as the wireless goo could indeed connect Astral Source Universe to the real universe. Lu Yin walked out of Astral Source Universe and looked at the wireless goo in his hand. Don't tell me that it really ignores distance. I want to know where the furthest I can contact him is. Little Fa was about to speak when the woman interrupted him. Where do you want to use the wireless goo? Lu Yin looked at her. It has nothing to do with you. Her gaze was stubborn. If it's a war, then forget it. We won't help you create the wireless goo. Lu Yin laughed. You don't have the right to negotiate with me. The woman stared at Lu Yin. I know you, Alliance Leader Lu of the Great Eastern Alliance. Your appearance is always accompanied by war, and Her Majesty the Love Empress was taken away because of you. Sister Guogua. Little Fa shouted in panic. The woman called Guogua did not stop and continued. Even though we are looked down upon because the goo we cultivate cannot be used in battle, we do not wish for our research to be used in war. The city is a peaceful place and we do not wish to contribute to war. Lu Yin's lips curled up. What if I destroy the city? The moment he said this, little Fa and the other youths paled in fright. Guogua's face paled as well and she stared at Lu Yin. We just want to live a peaceful life. Help me and you can live a peaceful life. The wireless goo's use has nothing to do with you. Just create the goo and don't ask about anything else. Otherwise. Lu Yin's expression sank as his spiritual force and domain erupted. The entire sky darkened, and a feeling of the world collapsing enveloped the divine Gu continent. Do you believe that if I wanted to, the city could be destroyed in the next moment? Guogua's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Peace was the wish of everyone in the city, but in the face of someone like Lu Yin, Their wish was laughable and insignificant. Lu Yin did not wish for war, but all peace was brought about by war. As long as people had thoughts, there would be conflicts and wars and no one could stop them. Since he could not stop them, then he would stop them with war. This was true for both the Four Scales and the Eternals. Now it's your turn to answer my question, Lu Yin said to Little Fa. Little Fa trembled. I'm not sure. In theory, the furthest we can go is the border of the Gu Flow Zone, but we can still communicate. Lu Yin waved at the Jackal Prince, and his casual attitude frightened Little Fa and the rest. To them, the Jackal Prince was someone who stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Do me a favor and confirm the furthest distance that the wireless Gu can reach. Send people everywhere, including the astral wilderness. The Jackal Prince nodded. It was a small matter. As long as he could confirm that the wireless Gu could really communicate regardless of distance, the city would become Lu Yin's treasure. But before that, he would take away all of the city's research on the wireless Gu to prevent anyone from attacking the city. A few days later, Lu Yin and Yuan Miaomiao walked along the river outside Gu King City. Gu King City was close to a large river, and the water was turbulent as it surrounded the city. On the divine Gu continent, whether it was mountains or water, nothing could be easily touched. However, this river was an exception. I don't want to stay in Gu King City anymore, Yuan Miaomiao said in a daze as she looked at the river. Lu Yin looked at the side of her face and gently said, Then I'll take you away. Yuan Miaomiao lowered her head and blushed. Thank you. I'm the one thanking you. The Neo-Human Alliance is humanity's greatest enemy, and Yuan Zhong colluded with them to research poisons. If you hadn't exposed him, who knows how many resources the Neo-Human Alliance would have obtained and how many people they would have harmed. You've contributed greatly to humanity, and the Hall of Honor will not forget your contributions, Lu Yin praised. Yuan Miaomiao shook her head. I don't want the Hall of Honor's contributions. She paused and then fell silent. On the great river there were boats passing by. What followed were pleasant songs and children playing. On this day, Lu Yin and Yuan Miaomiao stayed by the river for a long time. Several days passed, but Casanova still hadn't returned. The Jackal Prince met with Lu Yin and helplessly said, The little saint still isn't willing to come back. He must have gone to the Neoverse. He wants to go to the interstellar arbitration? Lu Yin was astonished. He remembered seeing the Interverse Lockbreaker Society's 5 prodigies in the Lockbreaker world after returning from the Cosmic Tree. Casanova was one of them, and he was most likely still in the Lockbreaker world, which wasn't too far from the arbitration world. He should be, the Jackal Prince said bitterly. Doesn't he want to come back and lead the Divine Gu dynasty? Lu Yin was curious. The Jackal Prince shook his head. If he wanted to, he wouldn't have left and hasn't returned for so many years. Then who has the final say in the Divine Gu dynasty? Your Qing Longlong? Lu Yin asked. The Jackal Prince's face twitched. It should be me. Lu Yin smiled. Alright, then it's time to talk about the Divine Gu dynasty joining the Great Eastern Alliance. The Jackal Prince sighed as there was no way to escape. The Divine Gu dynasty did not have the strength to contend against the Great Eastern Alliance. Even though the Gu Flow Zone was special and the outside world could not invade, Lu Yin alone was enough to wipe out the entire upper echelon of the Divine Gu dynasty. Even his brother had been apprehensive, let alone when he wasn't. With Casanova not returning, the Jackal Prince could only agree to join the Great Eastern Alliance for the time being. The Great Eastern Alliance unified the Interverse, and the various major flow zones were left to Enya and the others. Lu Yin did not need to meddle in everything as he was too busy. After the matters in the Gu Flow Zone were over, Lu Yin brought Yuan Miaomiao back to the Blazing Mist Flow Zone. Before leaving, he wanted to visit the Deep Red Hell. Deep Red Hell? Yuan Miaomiao was astonished. That's a forbidden area in our Gu Flow Zone, and even envoys have a slim chance of surviving. Why would we go there? Lu Yin solemnly replied, The Yuan family controls the secret auction and I happened to participate once. Someone provided information about the Dehorned Galaxy incident, and that information was eventually taken away by Yuan Zhong. However, he doesn't know that I've already seen the information, and it shows that there's something in the Deep Red Hell that's similar to the one in the Dehorned Galaxy. Yuan Miaomiao was shocked. What is it? Lu Yin shook his head. I'm not sure. I'll find out after I investigate it. Since you've seen the information, why didn't you tell the head inquisitor? Yuan Miaomiao was puzzled. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. because I wasn't sure if the information was real or not. I came to the deep red hell this time to confirm the authenticity of the information. Once I'm sure, I can report it to the head inquisitor and use it as bait to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance. He then looked at Yuan Miao Miao solemnly. Don't spread what I just told you or else you'll be killed. Remember? Yuan Miao Miao grunted. Got it. He then looked into the distance and a strange light flashed through his eyes. With Lu Yin's spacecraft speed, it would not take long for them to reach the deep red hell. The goo flow zone was filled with poisonous gas and insects, but these were not a problem for Lu Yin. Chapter 1782. As the name implied, the Crimson Hell looked like a dark red expanse of space from afar. It was bottomless and countless people in the goo flow zone wanted to know what was inside. It was rumored that some people who entered the Crimson Hell would become much stronger after coming out alive, but most people would never come out again. Shui Peng's incident had shaken the Divine Gu dynasty, and it naturally increased the fame of the Crimson Hell as well. Groups of people were sent in to die and most of them were on the verge of death. There were also many who were chased down by their enemies and had no choice but to enter. Lu Yin saw this scene when he arrived outside the Crimson Hell. Some people roared as they drove their spacecraft into the Crimson Hell with the determination to die. Their eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness, but those gazes were quickly hidden behind the dark red. The spacecraft stopped, and Lu Yin looked at the Crimson Hell with a solemn expression. Yuan Miao Miao was worried. Brother Lu, are you really going in? Lu Yin nodded. I have to. The most important thing to the Neo-Human Alliance is there. As long as it's confirmed, it will be a huge blow to the Neo-Human Alliance. You don't understand the danger that the Neo-Human Alliance poses to us humans. But Yuan Miao Miao wanted to persuade him again, but Lu Yin left the spacecraft without hesitation. Before entering the Crimson Hell, he turned back and smiled at Yuan Miao Miao. Wait for me. Yuan Miao Miao nodded. If you can't come out, I'll go in and look for you. Lu Yin smiled. I'll definitely come out. He then charged into the Crimson Hell. He was getting closer and closer to the Crimson Hell, and just as he was about to enter, a familiar voice sounded out. You won't have the chance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was the Forgotten Ruins deity. How much do you know about the Horn Star System incident and the things inside the Crimson Hell? Let me take a look. The Forgotten Ruins deity's voice was getting closer and closer, as if he was speaking right next to Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin clenched his fists as an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. The Crimson Hell seemed to disappear in front of him and everything around him changed color. He even forgot where the dark red space in front of him was. Behind Lu Yin, a blurry figure appeared and reached out to grab Lu Yin's head. Against the 7 sky gods, no matter what Lu Yin did, the difference was too great. Suddenly, the scales appeared beneath the Forgotten Ruins god's feet once more. It really did appear. The head inquisitor's voice snapped Lu Yin back to his senses. The moment he regained consciousness, he hurriedly used the secret art of scheme to teleport back into the spacecraft. He looked up and saw that the sky outside the Crimson Hell had become clear. This was the power of the Inquisitor. The god of forgetful ruins angrily asked, Qing Ping, why are you here? I knew that you wouldn't give up on Lu Yin. You just have to follow him, the head judge said calmly, and the scales began to judge. Only one of us can walk out of here alive. Forgotten Ruins deity said in disdain. You? Do you really think you can beat me? It's just a shell. I'll just break it. As he spoke, the scales began to tilt. The head inquisitor kept sinking while the Forgotten Ruins god kept rising. The blurry figure actually started to disappear. Gu Flow Zone's cosmos changed once again. In the divine Gu continent's Gu King city, Prince Harry Wolf raised his head and looked at the overturned cosmos in shock. Another battle between top experts? What happened to my Gu Flow Zone? In a corner of the Gu Flow Zone, Mastergrass, who had been studying poison gas, looked up in confusion. What was going on? Why had the cosmos brightened again? Suddenly, a violent tremor swept past everyone's ears. At this moment, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or cultivators, they all bled from their orifices. Endless poison gas spewed out of the Gu Flow Zone. In the Flow Zone, the forest of green light cracked open while the tributaries of the astral river boiled. In the eyes of many, a battle between half-martial ancestors was enough to change the world. The spacecraft that Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao were on exploded, and Lu Yin subconsciously grabbed Yuan Miao Miao and rushed into the distance. Qing Ping, I told you that you can't stop me and you can't beat me, the Forgotten Ruins god said sternly. He then looked at Lu Yin and Yuan Miao Miao and moved. The void overlapped endlessly as he appeared in front of Lu Yin and waved his hand. Lu Yin's mind went blank for a moment, and he could vaguely hear the head judge's voice. Meditative forgetfulness technique, stop. Meditative forgetfulness technique. Lu Yin's mind raced. That was the astral tree's four-way scale, a technique from the Wang family. Wang Xi had used it on Lu Yin before, and that moment of blankness had caused all four of his limbs to be severed. He had been unable to resist it all. The place where the sovereign realm had trapped the four young masters was the meditative forgetfulness ruins. This was the Forgotten Ruins god's meditative forgetfulness technique. The 7 sky gods in front of him were from the Wang family. He couldn't hear anything as the meditative forgetfulness technique was activated, and Lu Yin couldn't stop it with his strength. The head judge was furious as he had been a step too late. The Forgotten Ruins god had actually used the meditative forgetfulness technique, and he hoped that Lu Yin wouldn't forget too many things. At the same time, he extended the scales to the Forgotten Ruins god's feet and forcefully judged him. The Forgotten Ruins god could stop using the meditative forgetfulness technique and focus on dealing with the head judge, but he didn't. He would rather be judged by the head judge than use the meditative forgetfulness technique against Lu Yin. Lu Yin was in a daze, and the moment his consciousness completely disappeared, the primogeniture scripture suddenly rang out and his vision cleared up. Scram! The weather in the Gu flow zone changed, and a violent spiritual force swept out like an unstoppable tide. The Forgotten Ruins god was shocked. Half-ancestor. The newcomer was Kuei Luo, but his target wasn't the Forgotten Ruins god, but Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao was swept away by the terrifying spiritual force of a half-ancestor and was sent flying. Lu Yin wasn't surprised as all of this had been arranged by him, as Yuan Miao Miao was the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god, who had been judged by the head judge, disappeared the moment Yuan Miao Miao was struck by Kuei Luo's spiritual force. The head judge's scales extended endlessly and chased after Yuan Miao Miao. Yuan Miao Miao's gaze suddenly turned cold and emotionless, and she emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. She looked at the head judge and Kuei Luo as the scales appeared beneath her feet. 7 sky gods, the Forgotten Ruins god, traitor of the Wang family. Kuei Luo walked out and glared at Yuan Miao Miao, his eyes filled with killing intent. The head judge and Yuan Miao Miao stood on opposite ends of the scales. So you're the Forgotten Ruins god. The veil on Yuan Miao Miao's face fell, revealing her alluring face. The passion flower imprint was especially alluring, but she didn't care about the head judge or Kuei Luo. Instead, she looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. When did you find out? Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle at the palace. Yuan Miao Miao was astonished. So you were the one who called Qing Ping in that half-ancestor? I didn't reveal any flaws and you couldn't have seen through me. I don't need to explain to you, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Why did you approach me? You're even willing to expose your research on origin gravity and vitality poison? I don't need to explain to you either. Yuan Miao Miao smiled. You brought me to the Crimson Hell and told me about that piece of information to test me. You don't even know about it. Do you dare to bet? Lu Yin, I'm starting to admire you more and more. If you can tell me why you suspected me the first time, I'll spare your life in the future. Yuan Miao Miao looked at Lu Yin with bright eyes. You won't have the chance, Lu Yin sneered. Yuan Miao Miao ran her fingers through her hair. Xianxia said the same thing, but he couldn't do it. Lu Yin's expression changed. Xianxia was Progenitor Chen's name. This woman had indeed interacted with Progenitor Chen, and the mark on her face was real. Cut the crap. Let's deal with you first. Kuei Luo attacked and the head judge didn't hesitate. Both of them attacked Yuan Miao Miao at the same time. Yuan Miao Miao's gaze was still not on them but on Lu Yin. Her lips moved. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The terrifying spiritual force support caused Yuan Miao Miao's body to crumble. She didn't put up much resistance, but Lu Yin couldn't see this. This was a battle between half-ancestors, and even if he could see through the astral source universe, he couldn't see what was happening. The last thing Yuan Miao Miao had left him was a silent message. I'll be back. These were her last words to Lu Yin. Everything had gone smoothly from the moment Lu Yin had discovered her true identity to the moment he had exposed her and then killed her. Everything had gone smoothly from start to finish, so smoothly that Lu Yin felt like it was surreal. He looked at Kuei Luo, but the man didn't seem happy. She said she'll be back for me. What does that mean? She's not dead? Lu Yin asked anxiously, feeling like he was being watched by a dead person. Kuei Luo sighed. It's very difficult to kill a 7 sky gods with our strength. The head judge said, it's a shell of a 7 sky gods. It's the same. Kuei Luo was dissatisfied and he glanced at the head judge. He had been unhappy with this person for a long time. This person clearly wasn't a half-ancestor, but even Kuei Luo couldn't see through him. It's not the same. Lu Yin couldn't help but ask, what shell? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. The 7 sky gods in the wastelands and the 7 sky gods in the astral tree domain are just shells of the true 7 sky gods. The true 7 sky gods are progenitors and they're incomparably ancient. They're progenitors that surpass your understanding. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. So they really were progenitors. He had been wondering why the 12 marquises had listened to the shaman spirit god and why the 7 sky gods had wandered around the 5th mainland and the astral tree domain without being killed by a progenitor. No wonder. Those 7 old fellows have lived for too long. Even if they roam around the wastelands, they're just shells driven by their strength. You can think of them as power vessels, Kuei Luo said. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. How could there be someone from the Wang family in the 7 sky gods? Kuei Luo sneered. More accurately, she's the oldest member of the Wang family. She's clearly so old, but she still chose a young and beautiful shell. How disgusting. Even those from the Wang family would kneel down and pay respects to her. Just how old can she be? Lu Yin was curious. She has progenitor Chen's symbol on her face. Why? How would I know? Kuei Luo casually replied. He then looked at Lu Yin with a strange expression. Speaking of which, you're quite bold. You actually stayed with the Forgotten Ruins deity for so long. From the looks of it, you guys weren't there? No. Lu Yin immediately denied it as he knew what Kuei Luo was about to say. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes again and let out a strange laugh. Lu Yin also felt that he had taken a bit of a risk. If the original Miao Miao had attacked him along the way, then no one would have been able to save him. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1783. How did you force the god of forgetfulness to attack? The head judge asked. No matter how Lu Yin guessed, as long as he did not force Yuan Miao Miao to take action, then no one would be able to confirm that Yuan Miao Miao was the Forgotten Ruins god. Even Elder Chan would not be able to confirm this. This was also the greatest advantage that the 7 sky gods had in hiding in the human domain. Lu Yin looked at the deep red hell. There's something there that would drive the Rookie Alliance crazy. It should be related to the Horn Star System incident. When the head judge heard that, he immediately went in. Lu Yin was not worried about his safety. Even the 7 sky gods could not do anything to the head inquisitor in this part of the universe, so there really was nothing that could threaten him. The head inquisitor entered the Crimson Hell, leaving only Lu Yin and Kuei Luo. Where's Madame Red? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo looked at the Crimson Hell curiously and replied absent-mindedly, I didn't bring it with me. What are you looking at? Kuei Luo sighed. If I remember correctly, that guy was Qing Ping. Qing Ping was the head inquisitor's name. Lu Yin had only found out about it during the battle between the god of Forgotten Ruins and the Divine Gu Dynasty's imperial palace. No one had told him about it before, so he couldn't find out about it. How did you know? Lu Yin was puzzled. Kuei Luo sighed. That guy is someone who managed to break through our region. He then looked at Lu Yin. You've done it as well, so you should know that with the strength of your region, you won't be able to gain the slightest advantage in our region. Even the strongest person in your region can't compare to the top characters in our region. Are you talking about me and the 4th young ancestor? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You're an exception. Besides, you're not from this part of the universe. I grew up and cultivated in this part of the universe, Lu Yin retorted. Kuei Luo was annoyed. Do you still want to hear more? Lu Yin quickly shut his mouth. Kuei Luo snorted coldly. Every once in a while, someone from the abandoned lands will sneak into the starry sky of the trees to participate in the fight for origin items. This period of time is very long, so long that even half-martial ancestors have forgotten about it. That's why they weren't too vigilant when you sneaked in, because most people have forgotten. Qing Ping sneaked into the starry sky of trees last time. Actually, no one knows about him except for the Lu family. You don't know about the frigid immortal sect? Kuei Luo shook his head. I don't think so. He went to the starry sky of the trees because he was discovered by the successor of the Lu family. The two of them fought a great battle. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo glanced at him. Qing Ping won. Lu Yin was not surprised, as that was the head inquisitor who had been accepted as a disciple by Mr. Mu. Even though he was not even a half-ancestor, he was not at a disadvantage against the 7 sky gods, and he dared to judge anyone. Even if the Lu family's inheritor had many resources, unparalleled techniques and unparalleled innate gifts, he still might not be able to gain the upper hand. Just like during the supreme battle, if not for the god of death transformation, even if he executed the general appointing platform, he still wouldn't be a match for the prime clear lineage. Shangqing, just like Qing Ping back then. How did you know? Lu Yin asked. Kuei Luo continued, the Lu clan's history books have records of him. I only remembered him because of his innate talent. Back then, the Lu clan's successor said that he was the 5th genius of the Lu clan, the judgment of peace. I never thought that I'd be able to fight alongside him one day. I was already an emissary back then, and my seniority far exceeded theirs. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Can you tell me more about the Lu clan? Kuei Luo sighed. It's best if you understand the Lu clan on your own. All I can say is that the Lu clan is domineering but also gentle. Their descendants are each more arrogant than the last, but they're also more. Kuei Luo paused for a moment before continuing, reasonable. Reasonable? Lu Yin was puzzled. How could these words be related to domineering? Kuei Luo thought hard about it. How should I put it? They have their own reasons. I remember that one of your Lu clan's ancestors once said that everything recorded in the books was bullshit, and that we should just listen to him. Lu Yin blinked. He liked this saying, as everyone in the Great Eastern Alliance had to listen to him. Only his words were reasonable. What about my parents? You should know my parents, right? How are they? Do I have any direct relatives? There's also my Lu clan's ancestor, my sworn brothers, the 7 heroes, and I. All right. You can find out about these things yourself. How would I know about you brats? Kuei Luo was rather impatient. What about my parents? Lu Yin asked, looking at Kuei Luo expectantly. Kuei Luo swallowed and looked deeply at Lu Yin. Your father is a shameless bastard. Lu Yin was stunned and lost. Anyway, remember, don't learn from your father. He's a scoundrel, Kuei Luo said hatefully. Why? Lu Yin asked subconsciously. Kuei Luo gritted his teeth. Why? Let's not talk about anything else. The simplest example is that your father forcefully took your mother away from you when she was getting married. The reason was that he wanted her to give birth to more children. Lu Yin was at a loss. Give birth to more children? Alright, I'm leaving. Don't look for me if there's nothing else. Right, there'll be a good show soon. Those fellows from the 6th mainland have a lot of secrets. Interesting, huh? Kuei Luo laughed as he left. Lu Yin still had 3 words in his mind. Give birth to more children. Lu Yin waited outside the Crimson Hell for a full 3 days before the head inquisitor arrived. Lu Yin's eyes flashed when he saw the giant black crystal in front of him, and he hurried forward. Senior brother, this looks similar to the black crystal fragment from Cape Galaxy. The head inquisitor's tone was solemn. This is a serious matter. I'll take my leave. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. Before leaving, the head inquisitor said, Old man Xianxia was killed by the god of forgotten ruins. From the traces left behind, old man Xianxia was unprepared. He then vanished with the black crystal. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Unprepared? This meant that the god of forgotten ruins and old man Xianxia either knew each other, or the god of forgotten ruins knew old man Xianxia through another identity. The 7 sky gods' disguise was too terrifying. Even the celestial imprint could not detect it. Following old man Xianxia's death, the entire universe was on guard against the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's main concern was whether Yuan Miao Miao. No, whether the god of forgotten ruins had informed the Eternal Kingdom about this. If the Neo-Human Alliance found out, then the war might shift from the western weaves of the Outerverse to the Neoverse. His gadget beeped, and Lu Yin looked over to see that it was the head inquisitor. Have the Great Eastern Alliance search the universe for this black crystal. As long as they find it, they can request anything from the Hall of Honor. The deep red hell's black crystal and the death of the god of forgotten ruins will count as your contributions. The Lu Emperor's identity can be revealed, but he must not be revealed to have been imprisoned in Kunzai. Lu Yin's heart sank. The head inquisitor's senior brother knew about Kunzai, so it could not have been before. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have captured the Lu Emperor and the Second Night King long ago. Could it have been at the Xingu dynasty's palace? The Second Night King had pretended to attack Lu Yin, and his senior brother had already arrived at that time. However, he had remained hidden, which made sense. Otherwise, how could there have been such a coincidence that the god of forgotten ruins had attacked Lu Yin just as his senior brother had appeared? Because of the god of forgotten ruins, his senior brother had not captured the Second Night King even when he had discovered him. During the attack at the palace, while others might not have been able to tell, his senior brother had been able to tell that the Second Night King had not truly wanted to kill Lu Yin. From this, he had deduced that the Kunzai incident had something to do with Lu Yin. Although he had not been the mastermind, he had still managed to capture the Second Night King, the Lu Emperor, and Shui Chuanshao. Lu Yin relaxed. If he had not forced the god of forgotten ruins and helped his senior brother obtain the black crystal, then the Second Night King and the others would definitely have been captured. Lu Yin himself might have even been put on trial, which would have been troublesome. Now that the Second Night King and the others' identities could be revealed, Lu Yin would be able to do many things. If young Empress Qing knew that the Second Night King was one of Lu Yin's subordinates, she would probably die of anger. Half a month later, Lu Yin returned to the Ross Empire's stronghold and saw the imprisoned Ling Qiu and the others. The Second Night King had returned earlier than him. Lu Yin was now most curious about Ling Taizu. The Lingling clan actually had such a powerhouse whose power level was not much weaker than Lu Qianjue's. No one had known about this before. Ling Taizu also saw Lu Yin and his gaze was calm. "Are you surprised?" Lu Yin asked. Ling Taizu calmly asked, "What are you surprised about?" "Seniors like you often feel emotional when you see me," Lu Yin said. Ling Taizu laughed. "The universe is full of ups and downs. I've seen a lot and I've gotten over it." "Seen a lot? Life and death are indifferent, let alone other things." He then glanced at the Second Night King standing behind Lu Yin. "This one looks familiar." Lu Yin smiled. "Try to recall. Maybe I'll remember." Ling Taizu stared at the Second Night King for a while, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. The second Night King?" Lu Yin laughed. "So even a senior can be surprised." Ling Taizu was shocked. "The Second Night King? You're really the Second Night King?" He looked at Lu Yin. "Why would the Second Night King follow you?" Lu Yin shrugged. "The universe is full of ups and downs and you've seen all sorts of inconceivable things. Why are you so surprised? I can also tell you that when you fought Lu Qianjue you were injured by a sword. That sword came from Emperor Lu." Ling Taizu's pupils shrank. He had been injured by Emperor Lu in that battle and he had been wondering who had attacked him. He knew that it had been a powerhouse from the sword sect, but he had not expected it to be Emperor Lu. Of course he knew of Emperor Lu's name. He was the sword sect's greatest genius, and even after his death he had left his name in the annals of the various powers. Shouldn't Emperor Lu be dead? Could it be? Ling Taizu thought that the sword sect was deliberately hiding their powerhouses. Lu Yin smiled. "You're not even surprised that the sword sect helped me, but you're surprised that the Second Night King and Emperor Lu are involved. It seems that senior values cultivation more than anything else. This junior is impressed." Ling Taizu was shocked. "Alliance Master Lu, I just want to know how you managed to get the Second Night King to help you." The Second Night King was not surprised by Ling Taizu's reaction. Anyone who knew of his identity would react this way and he was already used to it. Although Ling Taizu was old, he was much younger than the Second Night King in terms of seniority. Lu Yin smiled and waved a hand. Ling Qiu, Mountain God, Abel Phoenix, Lu Qianjue, Madame Yu and Emperor Lu all appeared. This small area had gathered nearly 10 envoys, and there were even supreme powerhouses like the Second Night King and Emperor Lu. "I'll give you an update. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tip. Thank you for your support. Continuous update activated. Thank you." Chapter 1784. Lu Yin faced everyone with a solemn expression and pointed at the Second Night King. "This is the Second Night King." He then pointed at Emperor Lu. "And this is Emperor Lu." Ling Qiu and the rest were shocked, including Madame Yu. They had never imagined that the second Night King Lu Huang would appear and help Lu Yin. More importantly, the second Night King had clearly escaped from Kun's swamp, so how could Lu Yin dare to publicly announce his identity? I know what you're all thinking, but I'll be frank with you. The second Night King's identity can be made public and no one will cause trouble for him, including the head inquisitor. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. A prisoner who had escaped from Kun Zhe's prison had revealed his identity, and he had been personally arrested by the head inquisitor. What did this mean? This meant that even the head judges were on Lu Yin's side, which meant that Lu Yin had the ability to get the head judges to support him. Everyone knew that Lu Yin was backed by the Hall of Honor and Everlasting Island, and that he could even influence the Board of Governors to a certain extent. However, they had not expected the Interstellar Arbitration Council to support him so much. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. The second Night King and the others had been legalized because of his contributions, but his contributions could not be publicized. Outsiders could only see the results, and the result was that the head inquisitor had inexplicably helped Lu Yin. This would have a huge impact on the outside world, especially on Ling Qiu and the others who were now prisoners. The only feeling they had right now was that their enemies were not just Lu Yin and his Great Eastern Alliance, but also the Interstellar Arbitration Office and even the Hall of Honor. The Day-Night Clan and the Sword Sect have long since joined the Great Eastern Alliance. The Chaos Flow Zone and the Blazing Mist Flow Zone are now under the rule of the Great Eastern Alliance. The Divine Gu dynasty formally joined the Great Eastern Alliance half a month ago, so only the Spirit Seal Flow Zone, the Beast Tamers Flow Zone and the Erudite Flow Zone remain. Lu Yin looked at Ling Qiu and then at the mountain god. So what do you think? After being imprisoned for more than half a month, Ling Qiu and the mountain god had not been separated from each other, and they had also discussed the matter. Coupled with the power that Lu Yin had just displayed, the final result was no surprise. They had naturally agreed to join the Great Eastern Alliance. If the Great Eastern Alliance wasn't an alliance, but rather a force that required the Lingling clan's rule over them, they would rather die than join. However, this was only an alliance. Alliance leader Lu, do we also qualify to participate? Ling Qiu asked as she stared at Lu Yin. Lu Qinjue and the others also turned to look at him. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. As long as you're a member of the alliance, you're qualified to participate. Everyone is welcome to compete with me. It's a healthy competition. It seemed fair, but as long as Lu Yin didn't die, the position of Alliance Master would always be his. When the Great Eastern Alliance had first been established, it had been suggested that the Alliance Master be rotated, and there had even been a time limit. However, who would have dared to mention such a thing? No one. In the past, the Great Eastern Alliance had only included the 72 weaves of the Outerverse, but now, it had joined the various major flow zones of the Innerverse. Out of the 8 great flow zones, only the Erudite Flow Zone had not joined. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to deal with the Erudite Flow Zone. He had Wang Wen and the others organize the Innerverse powers as soon as possible. Anyone who wanted to join the Great Eastern Alliance would naturally have to organize their armies, deploy their experts, divide the borders and so on. Lu Yin did not have the energy to deal with such matters. When he saw the various ancient artifacts that had been sent to him, he announced that he was going into seclusion. Back then, in order to delay the Great Eastern Alliance's retreat from the Outerverse, Lu Yin had promised Ibn City that if Ibn City forced the 6th mainland to attack the Genesis Academy, Lu Yin would break down the materials for them for half a year. However, Ibn City had failed to do so. However, Lu Yin had cooperated with Ibn City to break down the materials. Lu Yin expected that Ibn would break them down as well. This was all so that Ibn City could keep an eye on the Genesis Academy and inform Lu Yin as soon as anyone from the Cosmic Tree Society arrived. Lu Yin took a deep breath as he looked at the dozen or so objects that emitted ancient auras. His eyes burned with passion. He did not know where Ibn City had gathered so many ancient artifacts from. Although the materials that had been broken down would be given to Ibn City, Lu Yin would also keep some for himself. These materials were all nearly extinct in the universe and they were all priceless treasures. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it and it slowly spun before stopping at 5 pips. It was useless. He continued and the die spun again before stopping at 2 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he had rolled it so quickly. He immediately picked up the object and tossed it into the disintegration vortex. As he watched the materials disintegrate, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. While Lu Yin was breaking down the materials in seclusion, in the distant western weaves of the outerverse, Zhou Xian was very nervous and even a little panicked. Ancestor Ling Tong had finally decided to break through. Under the starry sky, Ancestor Ling Tong had her hands clasped behind her back, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Xian and the other members of the Ling Tong clan were gathered in the distance, and they all held their breaths. Next to Zhou Xian was 16th, and not too far away was Xianxia. On the other side were members of the Eyeless clan, as well as many other powers from the 6th mainland. Ancestor Ling Tong was a pinnacle figure among the world imprinter. The All-Heaven imprinter once said that once Ancestor Ling Tong broke through to become a universe imprinter, there wouldn't be many universe imprinters who could defeat him. The Corpse King that had dealt with Ancestor Autumn Frost had only been defeated by the Eyeless clan and Ancestor Ling Tong's cooperation. Ancestor Ling Tong's breakthrough was a grand occasion for the 6th mainland, and even the Heavenly Imprinter was paying attention. Don't worry, third bro. Ancestor Ling Tong will definitely break through. He definitely will. 16th encouraged as he stared into the distance. Many people around him were just as encouraged as 16th. Once Ancestor Ling Tong broke through, the Ling Tong clan's status would change, and they would be on equal footing with the Eyeless clan. Zhou Xian was nervous. Master, you have to break through. If you don't, your disciple will be finished. He looked at 16th. 16th was staring at Ancestor Ling Tong, and when he sensed Zhou Xian looking at him, he turned around and blinked. Third bro, what's wrong? Zhou Xian's gaze hardened. Stay away from me. 16th was stunned. Why? Just stay away from me. Zhou Xian shouted. 16th was shocked and he quickly moved away, looking at Zhou Xian in confusion. Zhou Xian scanned the people around him and said fiercely, "All of you stay away from me." No one dared to talk back and they quickly moved away like 16th. Everyone was puzzled, but Zhou Xian could see very clearly that if Ancestor Ling Tong succeeded in his breakthrough, these people would still be his henchmen and cheer for him as usual. Old 16 even swallowed half of the apple that he had eaten and flattered him without any bottom line. However, if Ancestor Ling Tong failed in his breakthrough, then it would be over. Old 16 would definitely be the first to kill him. Zhou Xian was not stupid and he did not feel safe being with these people who could bite him at any time. He looked around and realized that something was wrong. He would feel even more insecure if he was alone, so he shamelessly ran to Xianxia's side. Xianxia was disgusted. Stay away from me. Zhou Xian laughed shamelessly. You're my fiancé, so we should live and die together. Especially when Ancestor Ling Tong is about to break through, we should unite and cheer for him. Xianxia snorted, knowing that she could not chase Zhou Xian away. Why aren't you with your lackeys? Are you awake? Zhou Xian grinned. Too noisy. Xianxia sneered. You're afraid, aren't you? Zhou Xian was confused. Afraid? Afraid of what? Xianxia looked at him deeply. You want Ancestor Ling Tong to break through more than anyone else. Otherwise you're finished. Zhou Xian played dumb. Finished? Why? Xianxia did not speak. She just looked ahead with mixed feelings. If Ancestor Ling Tong broke through, Zhou Xian's status would be higher, and she would not be able to resist. She would have to marry Zhou Xian, which she was unwilling to do. However, if Ancestor Ling Tong failed to break through, she was even more unwilling. This meant that the Ling Tong clan would decline, and her fate would be no better than marrying Zhou Xian. With mixed feelings, Xianxia glanced at Zhou Xian again and her eyes flashed. Although this guy looked wretched, despicable and tasteless, at least he was not stupid. He knew to stay away from those people and he was not a bad person either. Marrying him was not a bad idea, and it was better than not being able to decide her own future. Moreover, she was confident that she would be able to suppress him if she married him. Following a loud sound, everyone looked up and saw a pair of eyes in the dark sky. Everyone's scalps went numb. Did the sky have eyes? Ancestor Ling Tong opened her eyes and looked up. Was this the origin tribulation of cosmic imprint? Origin tribulation was only experienced when one broke through to become an emissary. Every time one broke through to become an emissary, an origin tribulation would appear. This increase in combat power was 100,000, which meant that for every 100,000 combat power increase, there would be an origin tribulation. However, this origin tribulation was not very powerful, as one could use many methods to hide one's cultivation. Only those who broke through to become an emissary or cosmic imprint could not hide their cultivation. Breaking through to 1,000,000 combat power was a threshold, just like breaking through to 500,000. At this moment, the origin tribulation that appeared above Ancestor Lingtong's head was the same as his polychoria. It was also a pair of eyes that stared at Ancestor Lingtong like a starry universe. The more one looked at it, the colder it became. As the pair of eyes gradually became clear, Ancestor Lingtong's pupils shrank. She pointed out a finger, gathering light into a finger that was accompanied by 9-lined battle force. It was the bright light finger. Once, the finger's power had pierced through Ancestor Qiuhan's body, causing Ancestor Wuxia to feel a chill. Now, the bright light finger's light disappeared halfway, and a terrifying pressure descended. At the same time, countless blood-red cones appeared. Each one was the size of a palm, but they covered the sky. Ancestor Lingtong's expression changed. Mingshi's polychoria? His pupils quickly scattered and then merged back together. The void trembled as they swept across the distance. Zhou Xian and the others felt their bodies being pushed back. The sky exploded as figures appeared one after another and blocked in front of them. They were all imprinters from the progenitor of Blood Realm, and they took on the aftershocks for everyone. "Everyone back off," someone shouted. Zhou Xian and the others retreated with pale faces. Xianxia stared at the blood-red cones in the distance and said solemnly, "That's Mingshi's polychoria innate gift." "What Mingshi?" Zhou Xian did not understand. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. There has been more than one cultivator with the polychoria innate gift in the history of the Fifth Mainland. One of them was called Mingshi, and his polychoria innate gift allowed him to create countless blood-red cones. Every one of them would land on an enemy's body, and they would not stop until the enemy was dead. I never thought that the origin tribulation would reappear with this innate gift of the ancient people. Thank you, Brother Windborn, for your tip. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. for the second day in a row. Thank you. Chapter 1785. After hearing Xianxia's words, Zhou Xian's heart sank and he looked into the distance. "Master, you have to hold on." Ancestor Lingtong stared at the sky with his dual pupils. The blood-red alls were being crushed by an invisible force, disappearing piece by piece before quickly reappearing in an endless cycle. From afar, the blood-red alls created by a pair of giant eyes descended. Ancestor Lingtong raised his head and used an invisible force to erase the alls. Aftershocks swept out and an imprinter was caught off guard. He was hit by the aftershocks and his body split open as he hurriedly fled. At this time, another pair of eyes appeared above Ancestor Lingtong's head, and they turned into dual pupils that stared at him. Everyone's heart sank as the origin tribulation was indeed terrifying. This time, the dual pupils appeared without any visible force, but it caused Ancestor Lingtong to cough up blood. An imprinter appeared behind him, and with a roar, the two pairs of eyes above his head dissipated at the same time. Zhou Xian was excited. He had succeeded. However, in the next moment, the sky split open again, and a pair of dual pupils 10 times larger than before appeared. This time it was not just dual pupils but also a human face. Although it was not very clear, Ancestor Lingtong's expression changed when this face appeared. The dual pupils on his face overlapped once again, and this time it was not just dual pupils but 4 pupils, which created a sense of crisis that caused him to stop breathing. Lai Tiandi. Ancestor Lingtong was shocked. Because his innate gift was dual pupils, Ancestor Lingtong had investigated all cultivators with innate gifts throughout history. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, or the other 4 legendary mainlands, he had some understanding of them all. For example, Mingshi had once been a cultivator with innate gift of dual pupils from the 5th mainland. Ancestor Lingtong knew this person very well, and he also knew this person who had appeared now. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. Lai Tiandi was the 3rd mainland's unparalleled genius, and he had used his 4th pupil to fight against the world. He had challenged all the experts of his generation, and no one had been able to accept his challenge. It was rumored that even the 3rd mainland's Daoist sect's top descendant had been defeated. He was invincible no matter what realm he reached. Unfortunately, he had died during his origin tribulation, which was the same as Ancestor Lingtong's current origin tribulation. Ancestor Lingtong had never thought that he would encounter Lai Tiandi's innate gift one day. Lai Tiandi's innate talent was at the 4th level and he had the characteristic of duplication suppression, which meant that he could duplicate with 2 pupils. Above his head, the 4 eyes stared at Ancestor Ling Tong. His eyes flashed and an indescribable pressure acted on Ancestor Ling Tong's body. Ancestor Ling Tong clenched his fists and struck out with the bright light finger again, but it was useless. His eyes also stared at the top of his head. The opposite pressure collided with the descending pressure, causing the void to explode and sweep across the territory. More than half of the territory distorted and boiled over. Countless stars exploded, causing howls of grief and despair. At this moment, another pair of eyes flashed above their heads. Zhou Xian and the others were dumbfounded as they watched the sky collapse and crush Ancestor Ling Tong. This pressure caused the imprinter in front of them to retreat in horror. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to approach. Ancestor Ling Tong unleashed her bloodline and mutated her body, but she still couldn't withstand the pressure. The pressure came from his dual-pupil innate skill. At this moment he was bearing double the pressure from Lai Wudi's 4-pupil innate skill. Puff Ancestor Ling Tong spat out blood and imprinted on the blood progenitor. His face was distorted and his clothes were torn apart. His body was covered in blood and his eyes were on the verge of exploding. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. It was obvious that Ancestor Ling Tong had reached his limit. In the distance, Ancestor Eyeless appeared and shook his head with a sigh. It was over. The higher one's innate skill, the worse it would be. The stronger the origin tribulation, the more powerful the Ancestor's tribulation was. Ancestor Ling Tong's tribulation had actually drawn out the power of an ancient character from the 3rd mainland. If he could survive it, he would definitely shock the universe and become a legend. However, he couldn't and had failed. Zhou Xian's face was ashen and his fingernails dug into his flesh. Pass it, master, pass it. You have to pass it. Xiang bit her lip. She was already thinking about where she would go if Ancestor Ling Tong failed the tribulation. Even further away, 16th brother and the others were also thinking. From the current situation, Ancestor Ling Tong was definitely going to lose. He glanced at Zhou Xian with a cold glint in his eyes. Zhou Xian felt it and a chill ran down his spine. He had always been sensitive to danger and he subconsciously raised his gadget to contact Lu Yin. In front of him, the sky was being compressed and countless spatial cracks snaked through it like giant pythons. Ancestor Ling Tong seemed to be trying to split open the sky, trying to hold it up. Zhou Xian couldn't help but shout, "Master, make it through." Zhou Xian. Ancestor Ling Tong roared. Zhou Xian was stunned. He hadn't expected Ancestor Ling Tong to call out his name at such a crucial moment. Was he that important? Xiang, 16th brother, and the rest looked at Zhou Xian strangely. Could this guy be Ancestor Ling Tong's illegitimate son? Why would he think of him at such a time? Zhou Xian, look at me. Ancestor Ling Tong barked and turned to look at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian subconsciously met Ancestor Ling Tong's gaze. He was incomparably familiar with this action. Ever since he had been accepted as a disciple, he had been cultivating his polychoria with Ancestor Ling Tong's help. The cultivation method was to look at each other and it could last for days, months, or even years. After so many years, whenever he and Ancestor Ling Tong looked at each other, their gazes would become exactly the same. In an instant, the huge eye above his head suddenly stared at Zhou Xian, and an infinite pressure descended, shrouding Zhou Xian and Xiang. These people had no chance to react at all. Fortunately, Ancestor Wu Mu had moved them away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ancestor Ling Tong's eyes were bleeding as he stared at the 4 eyes above him. The 4 eyes stared at Ancestor Ling Tong again, but no longer exerted a huge pressure, and the 4 eyes gradually dissipated. The origin tribulation was over. Ancestor Ling Tong let out a long breath and closed his eyes as if he was suppressing something. In the distance, Zhou Xian and the rest were still at a loss, not knowing what had happened. Ancestor Wu Mu's face was extremely ugly, not because Ancestor Ling Tong had succeeded, but because he had been used. Ancestor Ling Tong had actually thought of a way to teleport the origin tribulation, which was simply unbelievable. The origin tribulation couldn't be avoided, nor could it be transferred, nor could it be blocked by external objects. But he had thought of a way. How did he do it? There was something wrong with Zhou Xian. Ancestor Wu Mu looked at Zhou Xian, thinking about something. In the distance, the 16th brother and the rest rushed over and were very attentive. "Third brother, are you all right?" "Third brother, it's great that you're all right. It's a blessing." Nothing must happen to third brother. Third brother, although we've only been apart for a short moment, it's been an endless amount of time to me. Third brother, you can't abandon me again. Zhou Xian didn't know what had happened, but the result was gratifying. Ancestor Lingtong had succeeded and Zhou Xian had once again become a powerful second generation, and not just any powerful second generation. How could third brother abandon you? You're thinking too much, but third brother wants to talk to his wife. You're an eyesore, Zhou Xian said proudly. The 16th brother flattered him. We're the ones who are blind. Third brother, third sister, take your time. Third brother, third sister, take your time. Xiang was speechless and looked deeply at Zhou Xian. This guy was still the same as before. Following Ancestor Lingtong's successful tribulation, the 6th mainland gained another cosmic imprinter. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary cosmic imprinter because when Ancestor Lingtong opened his eyes, his pupils changed. They became even more profound and terrifying. Old Man Nong, Xueji, and the 6th mainland's experts all arrived to congratulate Ancestor Lingtong. Even Savage Archer God had come, which was unexpected. Ancestor Lingtong hadn't expected Savage Archer God to come either, and when he saw him, his pupils shrank imperceptibly for a moment before returning to normal. In the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Yin looked at the many materials in front of him that he had just disassembled. He couldn't recognize a single one of them, but that didn't matter. He kept a little of each material since they wouldn't be discovered anyway. After disassembling a city's ancient artifacts, Lu Yin continued to roll his die. This time he rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space. It was time to cultivate. In the technocracy, Kuei Luo had insisted that Lu Yin become an emissary before telling him about the Lu family. Lu Yin couldn't wait to start cultivating. The problem was that the Heaven Flame Stone didn't have any flames, so he could only try to absorb star energy with his own ability. After a while, Lu Yin opened his eyes with a helpless expression. The Heaven Flame Stone didn't have any flames, so cultivating normally was very slow, even with the support of the serious art. The more stars one used with the serious art, the faster one could absorb star energy. However, after reaching the 4th level of the serious art, Lu Yin discovered that no matter how much star energy he absorbed, it was mostly used to maintain the star's revolutions instead of absorbing it into his body. In other words, the serious art's support for star energy absorption wasn't as exaggerated as he had imagined. He had once guessed that if the serious art's effects were the same as before, then the serious sex cultivation speed would be much faster. But now it seemed like it wouldn't be that easy. There was no such thing as an easy thing. Since it was so difficult to increase his cultivation, then he might as well increase something else. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He spun it and rolled 3 pips. The first time 1. The second time 6 pips. What a pity. The third time he rolled 3 pips. He took out the philanthropist's tear from his cosmic ring and placed it on the upper screen. This was the most potent poison he had obtained from the Gu King city's E-Pavilion, and it was also the most potent poison in the entire Divine Gu dynasty. It surpassed even a Hellguard's poison, but because it was easy to detect, it wasn't as valuable as a Hellguard's poison. It was said that the philanthropist's tear could poison a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000 to death. Lu Yin had several external items that could deal with such powerhouses, but he needed something better. Thus, the philanthropist's tear was his first choice. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he watched the philanthropist's tear fall. 30 million star essence had only been used once, so he continued. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, all the way until the 6th time. The philanthropist's tear was upgraded 6 times, and when it fell for the 6th time, the originally nearly transparent philanthropist's tear began to distort. Lu Yin wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he vaguely saw a strange face smiling at him. He suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head and he stared at the philanthropist's tear. It was still transparent, but Lu Yin would never forget that scene. This drop of poison had undergone a strange change. Chapter 1786. His understanding of star energy had changed Lu Yin's understanding of the universe. A world in a flower was not a joke. Every bit of star energy was equivalent to a world. This drop of philanthropist's tear also contained a world of its own, a world where poisons existed and interacted with each other. The Daoist 3 Enhance had upgraded this world, but Lu Yin could not determine what level this drop of poison could reach. Poisons did not have absolute killing power, and it all depended on how they were used. Lu Yin carefully put the philanthropist's tear away. He had gained such a powerful weapon, but he had also spent a lot of money on it. He had spent a total of 1.9 billion star essence on it. With his current status, any item that he needed to upgrade would cost hundreds of millions of star essence. This was truly a waste of money. The next item to upgrade was the Extreme Ice Stone. He had obtained it from the Royal Frost Continent, and it was said that it could freeze injuries. It was like medicine. It was useless when not needed, but it could save a life when needed. He still had more than 3 billion star essence on him, and he could definitely upgrade it once more. The Extreme Ice Stone was different from the Philanthropist's Tear, which was a foreign object that had obvious offensive properties. It required far less resources to upgrade the stone than the Philanthropist's Tear. The Extreme Ice Stone had been upgraded 7 times, and the 7th upgrade had only cost 200 million star essence. On the other hand, the Philanthropist's Tear had cost 1 billion star essence to upgrade it 6 times. However, the Philanthropist's Tear could only be upgraded 6 times, and Lu Yin had no idea how many times he could upgrade the Extreme Ice Stone. As the Extreme Ice Stone fell, Lu Yin did not dare to touch it. The Extreme Ice Stone's color became whiter and whiter until it was almost the most primitive white. All light was swallowed up by this whiteness, and it was like the darkness of the Inquisitors. Furthermore, he had only upgraded it once, and it had consumed 400 million star essence. He thought about it for a bit, but he still couldn't upgrade it. He wasn't sure if he could still touch this thing if he upgraded it any further, or if he would just be frozen. Lu Yin then took out some gray powder, which was the tear dust that Eben had asked him to dissect. This was a material that he did not know if it could be upgraded, but it would be best if it could. It was said that Ancestor Hui's first wisdom root had been planted with tear dust, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he thought about it. He had to get some wisdom roots from Ancestor Hui. Perhaps he could plant some and he would have tear dust as well. Lu Yin was excited that Lei Chen could be upgraded. If that was the case, then everything would be fine. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen 1 million star essence, and his heart sank. If such a small amount of material required 1 million star essence to upgrade, then how much would it cost to upgrade it to the maximum? He felt that the star essence in his cosmic ring wouldn't be able to last much longer. Suddenly he thought of the junior ancestor star of the starry sky tree. If he could take away those 4 planets, he could squander them and thoroughly enjoy the life of a rich man. He continued to let his imagination run wild as he leveled up again and again. The teardrop dust was originally gray in color, but after each upgrade, it became glossy and shiny. It even carried a light sound like the sound of pearls colliding with each other. It was very pleasant to the ears. As the teardrop dust fell, it carried a strange sense of beauty and emitted light. In the end, the tear dust could no longer be improved. At this moment, the tear dust had become like a delicate jewel. Every grain seemed to have been carefully crafted. Every grain was a regular circle. Holding it in his hand, he felt an indescribable sense of security. It was a strange feeling, but it was very comfortable. Lu Yin looked at the teardrop dust. It had definitely undergone a metamorphosis, and it could be considered a different material. He had upgraded it 11 times in total, and the 10th upgrade had also cost him 1 billion star essence, which added up to 1.96 billion star essence. Lu Yin's heart was bleeding. He didn't know what was going on, but he had somehow managed to upgrade everything. He just didn't know how effective it would be. He just hoped that it would be worth the resources. He still had close to 300 million star essence, which was a lot for others, even in lighters or envoys. But to Lu Yin it was just a small amount. The Divine Voodoo Empire's accumulation had only allowed him to upgrade these 2 items. He silently sighed and looked up at the time. There wasn't much time left, so he decided to memorize the primogenitor's scripture and wait for the time to end. The scene in front of him changed and Lu Yin left the time-stop space. He hadn't been in seclusion for long. He had wanted to roll his die again, but not for cultivating or upgrading items. Instead, he wanted to use Enhance. With his current cultivation, almost all of the people who had rolled Enhance were envoys, and they were all useful to him. However, when he looked at his gadget, he saw that there were many missed calls. He had contacted Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and even Master Yuan. Lu Yin knew that something big must have happened, and he immediately contacted Wang Wen. Wang Wen's image quickly appeared, and he had a grave expression. The first thing he said when he saw Lu Yin stunned him. "The corpse god is dead." Lu Yin was stunned. What? Wang Wen replied, the corpse god of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods is dead. Lu Yin's expression changed. Wait, how do you know about the corpse god? The Neo-Human Alliance was one of the human domain's 3 dark hands and many people knew about it. However, not many had heard of the 7 sky gods, and Wang Wen shouldn't have known about them either. Wang Wen replied, I've heard of the 7 sky gods before, but I don't know their specific name. It's not just me, everyone knows about the corpse god. How did he die? Tell me the details, Lu Yin asked. The Forgotten Ruins god had died in Gu Flow Zone, and he wasn't sure if the Neo-Human Alliance knew about this. In any case, he wanted to stay out of this matter as he couldn't kill the Forgotten Ruins god with his current strength. Thus, he had tried his best to avoid the Neo-Human Alliance's attention. But how many days had it been? Yet another 7 sky gods had died. How could the 7 sky gods die so easily? What a joke. Through Wang Wen's explanation, Lu Yin understood that while he had been in seclusion, the 6th mainland's ancestor Ling Tong had successfully broken through to become a cosmic imprinter. Many experts had come to congratulate him, and they had even attracted Savage Archer God from the All Heavens imprinter. However, ancestor Ling Tong had seen through Savage Archer God's true form, and he had set up a trap for the corpse god. He had then joined forces with many experts under Mr. Zhou Xian's leadership to kill the corpse god. That battle had been earth-shattering, and the corpse god had revealed his terrifying giant body, which could crush a planet like a marble. Just like Progenitor Qin, this battle had affected many weaves of the Outerverse, and even the Great Eastern Alliance's borders had been affected. There had been heavy casualties and they had been forced to retreat. The 6th mainland had also suffered heavy losses, and Mr. Zhou Xian had been seriously injured, so he had returned to the Daoist sect to recuperate. It said that the corpse god was killed by Mr. Zhou Xian using the martial ancestor's martial imprint, and he even used the martial ancestor's power. If not for that, the corpse god would not have died. This incident has shaken the universe and we're still trying to figure out what kind of effects it will have. For now, we can only withdraw our borders to the east, and we also need to avoid provoking the Neo-Human Alliance, Wang Wen said. Are there any recordings of the battle? How could there be? That was a battle between half-ancestors. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as the battle value of a half-ancestor was very high. The battle between the head inquisitor Kuei Luo and the god of Forgotten Ruins had opened up his view of the world, and he had also wanted to see the corpse god's body, which was as large as Progenitor Chen's. What a pity. You guys did the right thing. The Neo-Human Alliance has lost 7 sky gods in succession, so they will definitely make a move. Avoid them and don't provoke them, Lu Yin said solemnly. Death was an immeasurable loss to the Neo-Human Alliance, and this region of the universe was about to descend into chaos. More importantly, the 7 sky gods were not their original selves but merely their shells. Lu Yin did not even dare to imagine how many shells they had. The Neo-Human Alliance's strength was far beyond anyone's imagination, and even if he was part of the witch spirit god's scheme, he did not dare to get involved in it. He could only hope that the Neo-Human Alliance did not know about what had happened in the Gu Flow Zone, or else it would be difficult to deal with. Before you went into seclusion, you ordered the Alliance to search for the black crystal in the Horn Star system. What do you say now? Wang Wen asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Continue searching. Spread the word that the Hall of Honor is the one looking for it, not us. We're just helping them. Wang Wen nodded. Got it. The black crystal was very secretive, or else they would not have only discovered 2 after so many years. They had only been discovered by chance. If not for the Horn Star System's black crystal being exposed, the Gu Flow Zone's Shui Pai would not have appeared. Since it had appeared, Lu Yin believed that more information about the black crystal would appear soon. Be careful. If there's any information about the black crystal, don't leak it. Only when necessary. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Wang Wen nodded. I understand. Are you going to continue your seclusion? Lu Yin replied, It's not the right time to do anything else. Let's see how the Neo-Human Alliance reacts. The first to bear the brunt will definitely be the 6th mainland. This can be considered the second battlefield that the 6th mainland has created. In the distant Eternal Kingdom, 2 of the 7 Dark Towers had collapsed, as if they had withered along with the deaths of the 7 sky gods. The Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god are both dead. Everyone guess who's next? A strange laughter echoed throughout the dark tower. The monkey heard it and shrank back, but then, a hand appeared on his head and gently stroked his fur. The monkey felt a wave of disgust, but he did not dare to be impudent. He was currently in the sorcerer god's dark tower, and the hand that was stroking him belonged to the sorcerer god. Strangely, there was only an arm and no body. Sorcerer god, are you very happy? A dull voice sounded out and no emotions could be heard. The sorcerer god laughed strangely. It's just funny. The 7 sky gods actually died at the hands of a half-progenitor. Kikik. Stop laughing. Have you investigated the Forgotten Ruins god's death? A clear female voice sounded out and it was very cold. However, the voice caused an indescribable beauty to appear in the minds of those who heard it. She died in the Guflow zone, so I'm not sure. There's no news. You know her temper. She's very strange and she doesn't get along with us. She has her own ideas, so if she died then so be it. There's no point to it anyway. The Hall of Honor took away the item from the Crimson Hell, so they'll find out about that item sooner or later. That item will soon be exposed. There's no other way. Unless you have progenitor strength, you won't be able to break into the Hall of Honor. Then distract them. Undying God, how long are you going to pretend to be asleep? The cold voice asked sternly. After a while, a hazy voice sounded out. Who's calling me? The Forgotten Ruins god and the Corpse god are finished. The sorcerer god laughed strangely. So is it my turn now? The undying god was puzzled. The cold voice said, after sleeping for so long, it's time to move around. All right. Let's see how many ancient bloodlines are left in this region. It's time for them to step onto the stage of this region. I've been updating for the 2nd day in a row. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tips and support. Thank you. Chapter 1787. Within the Ross Empire's stronghold, Lu Yin watched his die slowly come to a stop at 6 pips. His eyes went wide. His luck was really good. He had gotten 6 pips right off the bat. The balls of light in the mysterious space were dim. Lu Yin looked around and was speechless, as none of these balls were worth fusing with. This was the first time he had encountered one, so he could only casually fuse with one. Otherwise, he might have to wait until all of his star essence was used up before he could leave. He casually fused with one of the balls and opened his eyes. What a familiar feeling. It wasn't a human, a beast, or a corpse king. Was this a mechanical ant? Lu Yin was astonished, as he had actually fused with the same mechanical ant as before, and it was still a hunter. It was no wonder why the balls of light were so dim. With his current strength, a hunter was too weak. Lu Yin turned his antennae and looked around. There were countless mechanical ants, and the scene he saw was similar to what he had seen before. He controlled the ant to jump up and land on the ant in front of him before jumping up and moving forward. He had done the same thing last time, but there had been too many of them and he couldn't even see the end of them. This time, however, Lu Yin saw that there were countless mechanical ants in front of him, but he didn't know if they were behind him or not. Quite a few materials were being transported, and the ones transporting them were scavengers. As the scene in front of him changed, Lu Yin returned to his body. He didn't move as he quietly pondered. He had previously guessed that the disappearance of the materials in the technocracy might be related to the scavengers, and he had also guessed that the mechanical ants might be related to them. He had never thought that it would be true. The scavengers were machines that the technocracy used to clean up the universe's trash, and the ones who produced them were probably the mainframe. Regardless of whether it was First City or the Genesis Academy, they both had scavengers. If the mechanical ants were really made from the materials collected by the scavengers, then both City and the Genesis Academy might have been involved. Lu Yin raised his head. This was only a guess and he wasn't sure of the specifics. However, it was very likely to be true, and if that was the case, then he would have to re-evaluate the technocracy. This time he had rolled 6 pips and he had used up a total of 80 million star essence. Fortunately, he hadn't used it all up and he still had 200 million left just in case. After resting for 10 days, Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared again. He tapped it and rolled it again. This time he rolled 2 pips, but unfortunately he didn't need it. Lu Yin rested for another 10 days before returning. Everyone was waiting to see how the Neo-Human Alliance would react. The Great Eastern Alliance's goal of unifying the Innerverse was currently advancing, and there was no need for Lu Yin to personally appear. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well enter the time-stop space and recite the primogenitor's scripture. He should be able to roll it. This time it was 6 o'clock. Lu Yin was surprised, but his luck was pretty good. He had appeared in that mysterious space, and this time he was no longer surrounded by dim light. Instead there were many glowing spheres. How could there be so many? Lu Yin was stunned. That shouldn't be the case. With his strength, these balls of light represented an emissary at the very least, and not just any emissary at that. There were a few balls of light that made it difficult for him to look straight at them. What kind of power did they represent? He had never fused with anyone before. He decided to give it a try. Perhaps it would be a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000 to 900,000 or even a million. He wanted to try merging with the most dazzling ball of light, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. Left with no choice, he could only merge with the ball of light that was still shining brightly but not too dazzling. The scene changed from the dark mysterious space to a desolate land shrouded in a dark red dusk. Lu Yin had fused with a body. It was a person, but it had no memories. Lu Yin stood there in a daze. No memories. He really had no memories. He looked at his own hands and then at his own body. It was very normal. He was a person of flesh and blood, but there was no warmth. Was this a corpse king? No, there were no violent thoughts in his mind, and he didn't have the urge to destroy everything. He was like a corpse wandering the wilderness. A corpse that could move but had no memories reminded Lu Yin of the meditative ruins in the ruler's realm of the astral tree. However, there was a fundamental difference. That corpse had been unable to control its own body, but it had also been the key to activating the meditative ruins. This was something that Wang Su had discovered. That corpse was just a tool, but the one that Lu Yin had fused with was a corpse that could move freely, but it had no memories. It was also different from a corpse king. Why were there so many of these strange things in the universe? Lu Yin didn't understand. He looked around and saw a desolate land. In the distance, the sun was setting and white clouds were drifting past. There were clouds. There was also a cool breeze. Was it a sea breeze? Was there an ocean up ahead? Lu Yin controlled the corpse to walk forward, and for some reason the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. His body then disappeared, and when he reappeared he was quite a distance away from where he had been before. Lu Yin was stunned. Was this the plan's secret art? How could this be? How could this corpse know the plan's secret art? Could it be that his own plan's secret art had activated? Impossible. He had only fused his consciousness, and it was impossible for him to bring the plan's secret art over. Lu Yin wanted to use it, but nothing happened. As expected, it wasn't because of him, but rather because the corpse itself knew the plan's secret art, and it had unconsciously activated it. What the hell? Was this someone from the Su family? Could this be the Seven Courts Su family? Or was this a place related to the Seven Courts? Lu Yin continued to walk into the distance in confusion. Not long after, he saw a figure quietly walk over. It was jumping. Lu Yin instantly felt his hair stand on end, and a chill spread from the bottom of his heart. He waited in place and watched quietly. Soon the figure became clear. The figure that appeared in front of Lu Yin was an old man with a flushed face, as if he had drunk too much. His beard reached his calves and was tied into countless braids as he hopped over. The reason he was hopping was because he only had one leg, a wooden one. The other was empty. Lu Yin sighed in relief. So it was a one-legged man. No wonder he couldn't jump. The one-legged old man hopped closer, but it was as if he hadn't seen Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. It seemed that there were more strange corpses like this one. He wanted to see where this was. Time was running out, so he quickened his pace, hoping to activate the plan's secret art. The next moment, the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet and he activated the secret art of plan. He vanished and reappeared, but he didn't walk far before activating the secret art of plan again. He continued walking, but the corpse seemed to never tire and could activate the secret art of plan indefinitely. The cold wind grew stronger in front of him as he approached the sea. There was only a cliff left, and Lu Yin looked up to see a figure sitting there. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, it gave off an extremely lonely feeling. He heard the sound of the sea. Just as he was about to go forward, there was movement behind him. He turned around and saw a very cute girl smiling at him. Her eyes were full of intelligence as she looked at him. Lu Yin jumped in fright and almost fell over. The girl raised her hand, and under Lu Yin's wary and vigilant gaze, She slapped down at the void, tearing open a spatial tear that disappeared in a flash. The girl then stepped over Lu Yin and continued walking in another direction. Every time she walked a certain distance she would slap down at the void, accompanied by an adorable smile. It was an extremely strange sight. Lu Yin was speechless and almost scared to death. He subconsciously covered his chest, but then remembered that this body wasn't his and put it down in embarrassment. The girl was probably a corpse as well, but her intelligent eyes were too strange. Ignoring her, Lu Yin turned to look at the lonely figure sitting at the edge of the cliff. He thought about it and decided to go take a look. Perhaps the sea would be different. He activated the plan's secret art and directly reached the top of the cliff, where he saw the surface of the sea under the setting sun. It sparkled like a normal sea, but it was deathly still and devoid of any living creatures. He vaguely saw a giant creature swimming across the seabed. Was there a living creature? Lu Yin was surprised and wanted to jump down to take a look, but then his heart skipped a beat as he remembered that there was another person sitting not too far away. He turned around and his pupils shrank. Was that Progenitor Qian? The scene in front of him suddenly changed and Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. He abruptly stood up, his eyes flashing. There was no mistake, the person sitting alone at the edge of the cliff was definitely Progenitor Qian. He had seen Progenitor Qian's memories and knew what he looked like. Why was Progenitor Qian there? There were corpses everywhere. Was Progenitor Qian one of them? Lu Yin frowned, unable to figure it out. What was that place? People from the Su family had appeared, including that strange one-legged old man, that quick-witted girl, and finally, even Progenitor Qian had been seen. It was definitely not an ordinary place. Could it be Progenitor Qian's tomb? Lu Yin shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as he had been to Progenitor Qian's tomb before. What kind of place could that be? Progenitor Qian had been sitting alone at the seaside, not moving around like the person he had merged with. He had just sat there for who knew how many years, forever. What was he looking at? What was there to miss about that place? Lu Yin raised his hand and his die appeared. He really wanted to merge with Progenitor Qian again to see what kind of place it was. The universe was filled with too many secrets, and from ancient times until now which progenitor had not left behind a secret. Some had even become legends while others had remained a mystery. Back in the technocracy, Mr. Mu had said that Progenitor Qian's life was a mystery. Was that Progenitor Qian still alive? Or was he dead? Lu Yin shook his head, unable to figure it out. He could only wait for confirmation in the future. He was only an enlighter at the moment, but perhaps when he became an emissary he would be able to learn more about the secrets of ancient times. He turned on his gadget, but there was nothing major happening in the outside world. Lu Yin closed his eyes and rested for a few days before continuing to roll. Right, how many star essences had I used to merge with Progenitor Qian just now? Lu Yin hurriedly took a look and then blinked. That was it. He had no more star essences left, but he couldn't say that he had no more. He only had a small fraction left. He had used 200 million star essences this time, which was quite ruthless. There were only a few million star essences left in his cosmic ring, which was meaningless. These star essences could only be used to enter the time-stop space to cultivate. Thank you. Moving with the wind, a healthy fat man. Thanks to my brothers. I'll update at 2 p.m. This is the third day in a row. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1788. He rolled the die twice before rolling Enhance. The scene in front of him changed and he entered the time-stop space once more. This time he planned to focus on cultivating the serious technique. He had originally planned to memorize the primogenitor's scripture if he rolled Enhance, but the scene with Progenitor Qian had shocked him. He recalled the serious technique that he hadn't practiced in a long time, and it was time to start. Wait, why didn't he practice both at the same time? Lu Yin recited the primogenitor's scripture while cultivating the serious technique. This was his first attempt. Half a month later, Lu Yin opened his eyes. The stars around his body revolved, and the primogenitor's scripture lingered in his ears. He was ecstatic. He hadn't expected that reciting the primogenitor's scripture and cultivating the serious technique would go so smoothly. His cultivation speed was much faster than before. Did the primogenitor's scripture have a supplementary effect? Why hadn't Kue Luo told him about this? If he had known, he would have started cultivating the serious technique a long time ago. With the primogenitor's scripture, cultivating the serious technique was like putting on an accelerator. Lu Yin was encouraged and he threw all of his remaining star essence into the time-stop space, increasing his time by nearly a year and began cultivating. Previously, Lu Yin had cultivated the Sirius technique to the 5th level with 5,700 stars. Now with the support of the primogenitor's scripture, the number of stars increased one by one, and the revolving range of the surrounding stars expanded. It was as if he had created a new universe. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. 11 months. When there were less than 5 days left in the time-stop space, Lu Yin opened his eyes. At this moment the number of stars around his body had nearly doubled compared to a year ago. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he looked at the revolving stars around him. Every star was clearly visible and there were a total of 9,300 stars. This was the result of a single year's worth of effort. The last time he had cultivated the Sirius technique, he had only gained about 1,000 stars in a year's time. This time the speed had quadrupled. This was the effect of the primogenitor's scripture, and he was still far from being able to completely memorize it. Once he did, his cultivation speed would increase by an unknown amount. The Sirius art increased the cultivation speed of star energy, and the primogenitor's scripture increased the cultivation speed of the Sirius art. Combined with the time-stop space, Lu Yin's cultivation speed was enough to make anyone doubt their own existence. It was a pity that he did not have any more star essence left. He needed to obtain some more resources and frantically cultivate Sirius. He needed to reach the 5th level of Sirius and see if the pattern on the soles of his feet would be of any use. If Ancestor Chen was still alive, would he lure him out? Lu Yin was looking forward to it. The scene in front of him changed and it was time for him to return to the real world. He had only been in seclusion for a little over a month, but he had used up all of the billions of star essence he had on him. Just thinking about it made his heart bleed. So much so that when he went out and saw Wang Wen, he wanted to rob him. "What's wrong with your eyes? It's a little dangerous." Wang Wen was very sharp and he looked at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin rubbed his eyes. "Training is too tiring." Wang Wen blinked. "Tiring? I say, other people go into seclusion for years, but you've only been in seclusion for a little over a month. At most, you've only been in seclusion for a few months and you've never been in seclusion for more than half a year. What's so tiring about it?" "Nonsense, of course it's more than that. I don't remember it being that way." "All right, why are you looking for me?" Lu Yin was getting impatient as he felt like he had been exposed. Wang Wen gave Lu Yin a plan. "This is the Great Eastern Alliance's newly formed armies and their current distribution. It also includes the number of experts that the Alliance can mobilize. Take a look." Lu Yin looked over. The Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse's 7 great flow zones, which was equivalent to nearly half of the Innerverse. Aside from the erudite flow zone, there was no need to care about the other smaller flow zones. Currently, the Great Eastern Alliance had formed 10 allied armies as well as 3 special legions. The 1st to 4th allied armies were the same as before, and they were distributed according to Xiao's plan. Whether it was the marching strategy or the terminology, everything was decided by Xiao. The 5th Allied Army was mainly composed of disciples from the Sword Sect and cultivators from the Outerverse. Its overall strength was similar to the 1st Allied Army, and it was stationed in Chaos Flow Zone. When he saw this, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was to separate the Sword Sect from the 5th Allied Army. The 6th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Divine Grade Hall and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Spirit Seal Flow Zone. The 7th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Lingling clan and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in First Flow Zone. The 8th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Day-Night clan and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Erudite Flow Zone. When he saw this, Lu Yin looked at Wang Wen. "Erudite Flow Zone? It'll happen sooner or later," Wang Wen answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin chuckled and continued reading. The 9th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Divine Gu Dynasty and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Day-Night Flow Zone. The 10th Allied Army was composed of cultivators from the Wen family and cultivators from the Outerverse, and it was stationed in Gu Flow Zone. Not only were the disciples under each faction's control separated, but they were also sent to guard hostile flow zones. This was all for the sake of balance. "Then who will be the commander?" Lu Yin asked. Wang Wen was vexed. "It's quite troublesome as we don't have many experts that we can trust. If we let someone from the Innerverse become the commander, then it will bring unnecessary trouble. For example, the Beast Tamer's flow zone and the Spirit Seal flow zone are enemies. If we let an Enlighter from the Divine Grade Hall become the commander, then I'm afraid that the 6th Allied Army will cause trouble for the Lingling clan. This was a problem and Lu Yin pondered it for a moment. Let's transfer the captains of the Great Yu Empire's 13 Imperial squadrons over. Aside from Peach and the others who are cruisers, Kai Jinqiang might not be willing, so we'll transfer Duan Day Knight and the Lan family's Elder Iron over. Suitable. Wang Wen was uncertain. Lu Yin glanced at him. Do you have a more suitable candidate? Wang Wen shook his head. Their foundation is too weak. Alright, that's the only way. Lu Yin continued reading through the plan. Aside from the 10 allied armies, there were also 3 special legions. They were the giant bloodline Lu Xuanjuan's army, and the newly formed Heavenly Sin army. Lu Xuanjuan's army and the giant bloodline did not need to be changed, while the Heavenly Sin army would be formed from the Sylvan Dragon clan and the evildoers from the smaller flow zones. The commander would be Thunder Axe. The Heavenly Sin army had great potential for growth in the future, and Lu Yin glanced at the Cosmic Tree domain. The 4-way scales had placed powerhouses who disobeyed them in the Star Alliance, and the Heavenly Sin army had been created based on this template. In the future, this would be the 4-way scales' home. Now that the Innerverse was nearly unified, the Great Eastern Alliance had a total of 14 envoy-level powerhouses under its command. They were the Second Night King, Emperor Lu, Ling Taizu, Lu Qinjue, Ling Qiu, Mountain God, Madame Yu, Abel Phoenix, Elder Lian Exin, Chen Huang, Emperor Luo, as well as the Sea King, the Elders, and the Ice Empress who could be asked for help at any time. If the Erudite Flow Zone joined the Great Eastern Alliance, then 2 more emissaries would be added, which would be Wen Zizai and President Han. The Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries would then reach 16. Including himself, that would be 17. 17 emissaries was something that even the Neoverse behemoths would not be able to achieve by themselves. Perhaps the Hall of Honor could hide many emissaries, but Lu Yin did not believe that they had that many. Of course, Lu Yin did not know how many emissaries the Hall of Honor had in total, including their subordinate organizations and the number of modified emissaries. Furthermore, the Hall of Honor's top experts could easily wipe out all of them, which was incomparable. However, Lu Yin at least had the courage to compete with any organization. He just lacked an absolute powerhouse to oversee the situation, and he thought of Kuei Luo and the Red Madam, who was currently under Kuei Luo's control. After some quick calculations, he realized that he had 2 more emissaries. With a happy heart, Lu Yin went to the botanical garden and waved at the sapling that was swaying its branches on top of a large tree. The sapling's branches moved and it immediately ran towards Lu Yin. It was very happy, but the big tree was so focused on escaping that it even forgot to eat or sleep. The sapling jumped onto Lu Yin's head, but Lu Yin pursed his lips and grabbed it. "I'm not a big tree. Don't get on top of my head." The sapling was very happy and its branches wrapped tightly around Lu Yin's fingers. Lu Yin could feel its happiness. "Your Highness, these are the astral origin pills that Shamrock Enterprises sent over." Xianxia came over and handed the pills over to Lu Yin. Shamrock Enterprises had publicly announced the astral origin pills during the Divine Gu Dynasty's banquet, and it had caused a huge commotion in the universe. Countless powers had wanted to purchase them, but before that Shamrock Enterprises had sent astral origin pills to many of the major powers. The one who had sent the pills to the Ross Empire's stronghold had been the Xiaoya King. It was also at that time that the Xiaoya King had discovered the sapling. Lu Yin took the sealed astral origin pills, and the sapling wrapped even tighter around his fingers. "What has Shamrock Enterprises been up to recently?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxia replied, "They've been wantonly promoting the astral origin pills. Nothing else." "What about us?" Lu Yin asked. Xianxia continued, "Right, the Xiaoya King invited you to Shamrock Enterprises headquarters as a guest before he left." Lu Yin nodded. "Got it." Xianxia left. Lu Yin looked at the astral origin pills in his hand. The person who had tried to charge into the Ross Empire's stronghold but had been stopped by Emperor Lu was most likely the Leaf King. His goal was obviously the sapling. To be able to escape from Emperor Lu, the Leaf King's strength had to be at least 800,000 or even higher. This was a dangerous person. Shamrock Enterprises' strength was not inferior to the leaders of the 8 Great Flow Zones, And they were only slightly weaker than the Day-Night clan and Sword sect. Now that they were wantonly promoting the astral origin pills, they must have other plans. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. The leaders of the 8 great flow zones needed to nurture their disciples, and they did not place too much importance on money. However, Shamrock Enterprises was a commercial organization, and even though a portion of their resources were used to research and develop the astral origin pills, they still had a lot of cash left over. If he could obtain Shamrock Enterprises' resources. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. The twig wrapped around his hand tighter and tighter. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the sapling seemed to be staring at the astral origin pills in his hand with desire. Although it did not have eyes, Lu Yin could feel that it was staring at the pills. You want them? Lu Yin asked, recalling the scene of the sapling swallowing the astral origin pills. The Xiaoya king had only been able to discover the sapling because it had lured the astral origin pills out. A few emerald leaves at the top of the sapling rubbed against Lu Yin's chin. They were very warm and comfortable, and the black and white fog around Lu Yin's chest also calmed down. Unable to resist this coquettish behavior, Lu Yin opened the lid of the astral origin pills and allowed them to fly out. The sapling hurriedly wrapped them up, and the pills disappeared as the sapling visibly grew. Chapter 1789. A total of 5 astral source pills had been eaten by the sapling, but it still wanted more. Don't worry, there'll be more for you soon, Lu Yin reassured. The sapling stretched out a branch and stroked Lu Yin's chin happily. There was a loud crash as the tree in the botanical garden fell down once more. It kept trying to escape and its persistence was moving, but it also had a strange habit. Balor covered his head and entered the botanical garden, where he squatted down beside the tree and whispered something. The tree crawled up and continued to escape. Lu Yin found it funny. His gadget suddenly rang and he looked over. Brother Hui Kong? Brother Hui Kong, Lu Yin answered. Brother Lu, you're too reckless. You actually went to the technocracy. No wonder you asked me about the technocracy. Hui Kong was furious. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, brother. I had my reasons for going. Then why didn't you tell me? It's better to bring you there than to explore on your own. Brother, you've been in the technocracy for so many years and you'll definitely be recognized if you go there again. I don't want to attract attention. That's true. I'm as dazzling as the sun in the technocracy. I've been to Eben City and the Genesis Court, so it's not suitable for me to bring you there. Hui Kong paused and then asked, how was it? You didn't run into any danger there, right? Lu Yin replied, it wasn't too dangerous. After all, I had the protection of the Realm Mountain's chief. It's good. You have to tell me when you go to the technocracy in the future. Right, I forgot that you're working with Eben City. You'll be more welcome there than you are, huh? Hui Kong laughed. Lu Yin's cooperation with Eben City could not be hidden from the board of directors. As long as the board knew, the 7 courts would naturally know as well. I heard that you turned the Divine Gu dynasty upside down? Hui Kong asked curiously. Lu Yin recounted what had happened in the Divine Gu dynasty. Hui Kong sighed. I never thought that the mysterious Gu flow zone would have someone from the Neo-Human Alliance. I should have thought of this sooner. It was the Hall of Honor's mistake. Lu Yin did not want to discuss this with Hui Kong, so he asked, Brother, does the Hui family have a root of wisdom? Hui Kong said, Hui Zhen? Yes. Lu Yin was excited. However, it's not the root of wisdom from Ancestor Hui's time, but my Hui family planted it according to Ancestor Hui's letter. The effect is far less exaggerated than the root of wisdom. At most it can calm one's heart, but it's not very useful. Why do you want it? Hui Kong asked. Lu Yin was curious. Why can't the Hui family plant a root of wisdom from the time of the Hui ancestor? Do you think it's easy to plant wisdom roots? It's not just the climate and the soil, but also the nurturing of peerless experts. In short, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. The simplest one is that the soil for planting the root of wisdom. This era doesn't have it. Leichen. You actually know? You know quite a lot, but Leichen is only one of them, and it's not Leichen but Lei Muchen. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Teardrop dust? That's right, the essence of the tear dust. A pile of tear dust would at most have 1 or 2 tear mother dust. That's the best soil to plant the wisdom root. Only Ancestor Hui managed to gather all of it. How could we, the later generations, gather all of it? Hui Kong sighed. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the upgraded Lei Chen. Could that have been the Lei Muchen? As long as I have the teardrop dust? The teardrop dust is the most important, but the other materials are also rare. Anyway, even if the Hui family does everything we can, we won't be able to plant a true wisdom root. Don't even think about it. Lu Yin made a request. I want to buy the Hui family's wisdom root. Hui Kong laughed. Buy what? If you want it, I'll give it to you. Bro, this. Alright, don't refuse. It's not a big deal. I'm hanging up. I'll send someone to deliver the wisdom root to you. He then ended the call. Lu Yin put down his gadget and felt a warmth in his heart. Hui Kong was one of the few people who could make him lower his guard and become friends with him sincerely. In the Outerverse Source Peak Weave. This had once been the center of the Outerverse Lockbreaker Society, but after a battle the Lockbreaker Society had been forced to move to Frostwave Weave. Now this place was shared between the 6th Mainland's D and Emojiang families. If the D ancestor had not died, then the D family would have possessed the Cosmic Seal, which meant that they would not have been able to share this weave with others. However, the D family had long since lost its glory and the Emojiang family was the same. The events in Cape Star had escalated continuously, starting with the deaths of Elder Autumn Frost and Old Man Songqiong, and now one of the 7 sky gods, the Corpse God. The entire 6th Mainland was on high alert, as it was clear that the Neo-Human Alliance was about to make a move. On this day, on a planet where the D family lived, Di Bao and the rest bowed to welcome a young man not too far away. This person was Di Luo, the 6th Mainland's new realmling and the younger brother of the previous realmling, DFA. He was a direct descendant of the D family, while the rest of the D family were merely side branches. Di Luo had come here to replenish his resources. Just as Di Bao and the rest were entertaining Di Luo, a pair of eyes suddenly opened 10,000 meters below their feet. The body stood up straight and passed through the magma and the earth, slowly walking towards the surface. Di Luo was just about to leave when the bottom of his feet suddenly cracked open, and the crack grew larger and larger. He was shocked. Di Bao hurriedly had someone take a look. Suddenly his gadget beeped and displayed a power level value. There's an enemy. Di Bao was shocked as there was a power level coming from underground. The power level value continued to rise, going from 10,000 to 120,000, and it was still climbing. Di Luo's gaze turned solemn as this was a hunter. Fortunately, even if Di Bao's bloodline was just a side branch, they could still deal with a hunter. However, when the power level value climbed to 210,000, Di Luo's expression changed. Even though an enlighter wasn't considered very strong in the 6th Mainland, it was different here. The strongest person in Di Bao's branch was only a hunter, and Lu Yin might not be able to deal with an enlighter. He would have to depend on the other party's strength. The current realmling was quite different from the previous realmling, just like how the current 5th Mainland's Youth Council member was compared to the 10 arbiters. The 10 arbiters of the past could easily challenge and even defeat some enlighters, but the current member could not do so. Attack! Di Bao barked, and many cultivators from the D family's side branches used their battle techniques and weapons to bombard the ground. Very soon the ground shattered and the planet trembled. Magma spewed out, but Di Bao waved his hand to disperse it. A figure walked out of the magma and slowly walked towards the surface. When Di Bao and the rest saw who it was, their expressions changed. A corpse king? Not good. Young Master Di Luo, run. Di Luo's scalp almost exploded. Why would a corpse king come here? The Neo-Human Alliance's revenge had appeared. Di Luo and the rest did not even think about attacking the corpse king, and they immediately fled into outer space. The members of the D family's side branches were so frightened that they all fled without any thoughts of resisting. However, the corpse king that had walked out did not take the initiative to attack. Instead it stood there in a daze. Its eyes were pitch black, which was different from the scarlet vertical eyes of other corpse kings. If Lu Yin had been here, he would have definitely recognized this as the same corpse that had chased after him. This corpse was not a corpse king, as it could even kill corpse kings. Back when Lu Yin had been chased by Darkstar Gorge, he had coincidentally attracted the attention of a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold on a planet where he had been chased down. It was thanks to this corpse that he had been able to break through to the Explorer realm. The mummy stood there in a daze for a while before looking to the west. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. After saying that, its legs slowly bent. Perhaps because it had not moved for a long time, its bones began to creak. Then it suddenly leaped up and rushed out of the starry sky, rushing toward the west at an extremely fast speed. Di Luo saw the corpse fly past him, but it did not attack him. He had thought that he was doomed. What was going on? Di Luo was at a loss, and he quickly reported this matter to his family. At this moment, the same thing was happening in many other places in the universe. The closest was Tyrannical Weave, which had once been the location of Myriad City and represented the most prosperous region in the Outerverse. However, it was now occupied by the Coffin Home. The Coffin Home had a world imprinter like the Corpse Guardian, and no one dared to say anything about it. The Coffin Home lived up to its name, and cultivators could control corpses. Some cultivators even liked to run around with corpses on their backs, such as the Coffin Home's legacy disciple, the Corpse Pickers, who specialized in the corpse palm. The corpse also walked out of the ground and appeared on the planet of one of the Coffin Home's older disciples. The older disciple stared at the corpse in astonishment. He did not think that this was a corpse king, as corpse kings were fundamentally different from corpses. This was clearly a corpse, but why was the corpse moving? Which fellow disciple is here? Don't play tricks on me. Come out, the older disciple said. All of the Coffin Home's disciples could control corpses, and the corpse was clearly being controlled. However, why were its eyes pure black? The corpse stood there in a daze. Which fellow disciple is here? Please come out. If there's anything you need help with, just let me know. The younger disciple spoke again, but there was still no response. He felt uncomfortable. Since you're not willing to come out, I'll help you take a look at this corpse's cultivation. He then walked over to the corpse. The corpse did not seem to see him, and it continued to stare blankly. The older disciple tapped the corpse's forehead to investigate, but suddenly the corpse raised a hand and grabbed the disciple's arm. With a gentle tug, the disciple screamed as his arm was ripped off, and his face turned pale. Stop. You dash. The next moment, the corpse casually slapped the older disciple's head, causing it to shatter. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill, the corpse muttered to itself. It then charged into outer space, smashing through an asteroid as it headed in a certain direction. Similar corpses appeared everywhere in the Outerverse, Innerverse, Cosmic Sea and Neoverse. It was as if they had been summoned, and they all moved at the same time. In the primal zone, which bordered Iron Blood Weave, the corpse that had been suppressed by progenitor Wuxiang's hide also muttered to itself. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Primordial bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. Even though the corpse had confirmed its target, it could not move because of progenitor Wuxiang's hide. On this day, the heavens were bathed in blood, and many people had died because of the corpses. These corpses all had power levels of over 200,000. I've been updating for 3 consecutive days. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Chapter 1790. Lu Yin quickly found out, and he looked at Bai Shui on the screen. Her face was deathly pale, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. His gaze swept past Bai Shui, and he saw the dried corpse behind her that was destroying the spacecraft. His eyes flickered. This dried corpse had actually appeared again. Alliance Master Lu, that corpse has the power of an enlighter. Your allied army won't be able to stop it. Whitewater shouted as she hugged Xiaodai tightly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. My people are protecting you, but you still need to act. Don't worry, the people who will save you will be here soon. Whitewater turned around and gritted her teeth before using her Wind God battle technique. With a bang, the corpse smashed the spacecraft apart and broke through the army's blockade to grab Whitewater. Target confirmed. Kill. Whitewater hurriedly retreated as her attacks were useless against the corpse. Lu Yin frowned. If he had known earlier, he would have given Whitewater something to protect herself. He had given her a super flash tear gas bomb, but it was obviously useless against the corpse. Fortunately, Night King Yuanjing had arrived in time to destroy the corpse and save Whitewater. Whitewater had been lucky, as the Great Eastern Alliance had sent an army to the day-night flow zone to prepare to enter. Otherwise, without the Allied army's delay, she would have died. What happened? Lu Yin asked. Within the screen, Whitewater panted heavily as her injuries were quite severe. I don't know. This thing came to kill me out of nowhere and said that it had discovered an ancient bloodline. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. An ancient bloodline? A primeval surname? Who would want to kill someone with a primeval surname? Lu Yin remembered that the corpse had once slaughtered a corpse king, so it should not be a product of the Neo-Human Alliance. However, who could be sure? Besides the Eternals, who else would attack someone with a primeval surname? At this time, Enya reported that many corpses had been massacred within the Outerverse, Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse. Some of the victims were cultivators while others were ordinary people. Lu Yin's expression changed and he immediately contacted the Sea King to ask the Sea King to send some elders to Earth. There were too many primeval surnames on Earth, and if the corpse found Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire planet would be destroyed. In just a few days, corpses had appeared everywhere. Lu Yin contacted the Hall of Honor and asked about the origins of these corpses, but Elder Chan did not have the time to answer him. Outside the Ross Empire's fortress, a dried corpse appeared. Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill. The corpse was smashed to pieces by a giant as soon as it finished speaking. Qinjian looked at his hand. What the hell? In a small flow zone in the Innerverse, a spacecraft was trying to escape into the distance, but it was smashed to pieces by the desiccated corpse. Inside the spacecraft, a middle-aged man's eyes were filled with malevolence. No, I don't want to die. I can't die. My family's inheritance cannot be severed. He roared as he raised his blade, causing a blade shadow to streak through the air. In an instant, the blade shadow formed a strange mountain and river diagram that possessed an indescribable power. It carried an aura that could tear through the void as it slashed towards the desiccated corpse. However, the man was only a cruiser, and no matter how exquisite his blade techniques were, he was unable to resist the mummy's attack and was shattered by a single palm. The man did not have a primeval surname. On a small island in Universe Ocean, flames soared into the sky. A mummy walked out of the sea of flames, looked at the woman lying on the ground and raised his hand. The woman despaired. She was just a normal person and she did not know why things had turned out this way. A jade pendant on her chest glowed brightly, and when the corpse king's palm landed, the woman died a tragic death. The jade pendant shattered and a grain of fates and fell out, sinking along with the island. In the Neoverse, a desiccated corpse appeared in Astral City. This corpse had a power level of over 400,000, and it battled with the city lord for an hour. In the end, it relied on its physical body to kill the city lord, and it landed in the courtyard of a family within the city. This family's ancestor had been an enlighter who had once served as a guard. The city lord's bodyguard was now just a normal person. The appearance of the desiccated corpse was a disaster for them, and aside from a young boy who was hiding in a corner, everyone else had died a tragic death. The young boy looked at the desiccated corpse in horror as it raised its hand. Despair enveloped him and he closed his eyes in fear. After waiting for a while, what awaited him was not the desiccated corpse's slaughter, but rather a fragrant wind. He opened his eyes in fear, but the desiccated corpse had disappeared. Only a woman was there and she gently looked at him. "Child, don't be afraid. Everything's fine now." The young boy wept loudly as he gripped a piece of jade tightly in his hand. Perhaps he had used too much strength or perhaps he had been too afraid, but his fingernails had dug into his flesh. Blood dripped down his palm onto the jade, and the jade shone brightly before disappearing into the boy's mind. Although it had been quick, the woman still saw it and she stared at the boy. The boy's gaze was sluggish for a moment, but he soon recovered and wiped away his tears. "Child, did you learn something just now?" the woman asked as she looked at the boy curiously. The boy wiped away his tears and nodded. "Yes, a small person taught me some moves." "What moves?" The woman was surprised as this was an inheritance of a battle technique. The boy thought for a moment and then made some moves. However, they were just movements as he did not cultivate and did not have any star energy, so the woman could not see anything. "Tell Auntie, what's the name of this move?" the woman asked. The boy replied, "Xidagarba Needle." The woman's name was Yuan Miao, and she was a lockbreaker elder from the Sirius sect. She had accidentally saved the boy and brought him to the Sirius sect to report the matter of the mummy's pursuit, which had attracted the attention of the entire Sirius sect. When Elder Gong heard the words Xidagarba Needle, he was shocked and immediately went to meet the boy. "Child, do that action again," Elder Gong said softly. The boy raised his hand and extended it with his palm facing down. He looked up and saw that this move was very ordinary, but it was definitely not ordinary in Elder Gong's eyes. This was the Xidagarba needle, an ultimate technique of the Lu family. Back when he had snuck into the astral tree domain, he had also competed with the Lu family's experts. The Lu family's Xidagarba needle had left a deep impression on him, as a single gray needle could expel poison and even injuries from the body. "Child, what's your name?" Elder Gong asked. The boy replied, Chi. Elder Gong was astonished as it was a very strange name. It was actually not a surname of Lu. He looked at the boy for a while and then asked Yuan Miao to help him settle down. "Help me contact Lu Yin." Lu Yin had been having a headache over the past 2 days, as the Great Eastern Alliance's territory was too vast. More than 10 mummies had appeared within this region, and they were inexplicably slaughtering people. It would be fine if these people were powerful cultivators, but some of them were just ordinary people. However, Lu Yin had also found a way to deal with the situation, which was for the others to not attack the mummies, as the mummies would not take the initiative to attack. This made Lu Yin sullen, and he sent out all of the powerhouses under his command. Only enlighters and above were allowed to attack the mummies. However, some of the mummies were not as simple as enlighters, and there were also differences in strength between enlighters. The most powerful mummy that had been discovered so far had killed Elder Ling Shen of the Lingling clan, who had a power level of 450,000. This had infuriated Ling Qiu, and she had personally gone to search for that mummy. The Hall of Honor did not remain idle either, and they continuously sent out experts to hunt down the mummies. Many people guessed that these mummies had been released by the Neo-Human Alliance, but they were different from the Corpse Kings. Fortunately, no emissary-level mummies had been discovered yet. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he looked over to see that it was Serious Sect Master Yuan Qiong. "Sect Master, what's the matter?" Lu Yin opened his gadget and asked directly. He was not overly courteous, and he did not show the reverence that a disciple would show to a sect master. Yuan Qiong did not make a fuss about it, as Lu Yin was not a disciple of the Serious Sect. If not for the diagram on his feet, the Serious Sect would not have bothered with him. "Elder Gong is looking for you." Elder Gong appeared on the screen with a grim expression. "Yuan Qiong, you can leave for now." Yuan Qiong was astonished. Even he had to leave? Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he vaguely guessed at something. After Yuan Qiong left, Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin. "Lu Xian." Lu Yin smiled bitterly and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, Elder. I lied to you." Elder Chan knew of Lu Xiaoxuan's identity, and he would naturally inform Elder Gong, the Sage Heavenly Master, and the others. Lu Yin had been waiting for them to contact him, but they had not. He had not expected Elder Gong to contact him at this time. "Let's not talk about this. Do you know about the Xidagarba needle?" Lu Yin was puzzled, but he shook his head. "No." Elder Gong looked at Lu Yin for a while and then sighed. "Seems like you really have forgotten." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Is it related to the Lu family?" The Xidagarba needle is an ultimate technique of the Lu family. Lu Yin felt bitter. "I've forgotten all about it, but since it's an ultimate technique, I should have learned it before. I'll have to start over from the beginning, and this has nothing to do with me." Elder Gong earnestly explained. "Today, a child who was being chased by a corpse learned the Xidagarba needle and obtained this inheritance." Lu Yin was shocked. "Isn't the Xidagarba needle an ultimate technique of the Lu family?" "That's right. Outside of the Lu family, no one else can obtain this technique. However, this child used his blood to unlock the inheritance and obtain the Xidagarba needle." "Are you saying that this child has the bloodline of the Lu family?" Lu Yin was shocked. Elder Gong did not understand. "It may or may not be so. The Xidagarba needle has always been an ultimate technique of the Lu family, but it may not have been created by the Lu family. Perhaps the Lu family learned it from somewhere else. Although the inheritance requires a bloodline to unlock, it can be taught to outsiders." "Elder, why are you telling me this?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Elder Gong's expression was solemn. "The corpses are hunting down people with ancient bloodlines. Ancient bloodlines do not necessarily represent primeval surnames. Anyone who is being chased must have an extraordinary ancestral bloodline that is enough to trigger a hunt. This is an era gap, and now these corpses have connected the era of ancient bloodlines to the current era. The future is about to change." Lu Yin fell into deep thought. As the corpses chase after the corpses, more and more ancient inheritances will appear. This child's father and grandfather never learned the Xidagarba needle, but now they have. When he grows up, this ultimate technique will shine brightly in the universe. This will be the case for the other ancient inheritances as well, but there will definitely be some that will be completely wiped out. Lu Yin looked up. Elder, what do you mean? Do your best to protect those who are being chased. You can also obtain some secrets from the ancient era through them as long as you are lucky, Elder Gong said. Lu Yin understood. If the mummies were chasing after someone with an ancient bloodline, then the mummies were their targets. Anyone who was being chased by the mummies might have an ancient inheritance, even if it was possible that those inheritances were already gone. I'll be updating at 2 p.m. for the 4th day in a row. Thank you, Brother Only Windborn, for your tips. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1791. Elder Gong had not only sought out Lu Yin, as he had also sought out the Hall of Honor and other major powers. This was all in order to protect those who were being hunted down as much as possible. The Great Eastern Alliance currently covered too many territories, which was why Elder Gong had sought out Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately ordered the Great Eastern Alliance's experts to search for the mummies and protect those who were being hunted down. It didn't matter if they had joined the Great Eastern Alliance or not. These people might be the key to connecting to the primordial era. Even though the Great Eastern Alliance covered a vast territory and had many experts, it was still impossible for those envoys to listen to orders. Even though the Sword Sect and other powers had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they did not completely obey Lu Yin's orders. Once the people who were being hunted down by the mummies obtained an inheritance, they would not hand it over to Lu Yin. Thus, Lu Yin did not directly order the Sword Sect and other powers to take action. Instead, he told Lu Qinjue and the others the truth. With benefits to motivate them, these people would act more decisively and quickly. It was better than having these inheritances severed in the hands of the mummies. Lu Yin also asked Elder Gong about the origins of these mummies, and Elder Gong told Lu Yin an answer that was both expected and unexpected: the Everlasting Tribe. The Everlasting Tribe only had corpse kings, so where had these mummies that could search for ancient bloodlines come from? Elder Gong finally gave Lu Yin a clear answer: the Undying God of the 7 Sky Gods. The Undying God was one of the 7 Sky Gods, and every single one of them had extraordinary origins. For example, the Forgotten Ruins God came from the Wang family of the 4-way scales and was one of the Wang family's oldest ancestors. The Undying God was rumored to be even older than the Forgotten Ruins God. The Forgotten Ruins God, the Undying God, and the Corpse God, whose body was as large as Progenitor Chen's, made Lu Yin very curious about the 7 Sky Gods. He really wanted to know their true identities. The appearance of the mummies caused the universe to put on a show of being hunted down and protected. With the addition of the Sword Sect and other powers, the people who were being hunted down by the mummies suddenly became extremely precious. All the powers fought to protect them in hopes of obtaining an ancient inheritance. However, almost all of them were disappointed, as there were indeed some ancient items among the people being hunted down by the mummies. Unfortunately, they had either been lost or destroyed due to the passage of time, or the information was incomplete. Even those with ancient bloodlines were unable to fully understand everything, so most people were destined to be disappointed. However, there were still people who succeeded. Half a month later, a piece of news spread. The 6th Mainland's morgue had killed the mummy and saved an old woman. She was the only survivor of her clan, and her clan had gone through countless generations. Her surname had been changed several times due to various reasons. Only a single stone had been preserved and never lost. Even the old woman herself did not know the origins of that stone. She only knew that it had been passed down from her ancestors, and that it could not be lost. There was a part of a landscape painting on the rock. It looked very ordinary, but the age of the landscape painting was so old that it was frightening. According to the World Imprinter's Guardian, the landscape painting gave him a feeling of ancientness and vicissitudes, as if time was flowing on it. The Aurora spacecraft company in the Neoverse also saved someone who had been hunted down by the mummy. That person did not have any inheritance, only 4 words: mountain and sea battle techniques. That was all. Those 4 words had been passed down since ancient times, and that person did not think that they had any significance. Many of his friends had also heard of those 4 words, but none of them thought much of it. However, those 4 words were different when they were heard by the Aurora spacecraft company. That person was only a cruiser, and he was at the bottom of the Neoverse. He lived in a heavenly city, and he had never even heard of the Star Tower, let alone the mountain and sea realm. The mountain and sea battle techniques clearly referred to the mountain and sea realm, and even more so to the 9 mountains and 8 seas. When those 4 words reached Lu Yin's ears, he immediately became solemn. He thought back to what he had encountered in the ruins of the Daoist sect. After entering the mountain and sea realm, he had encountered a breakthrough, but he had failed. He had seen the flames burning without any color, and he had also seen a spring constantly flowing out, but he had not been able to see anything. That was the mountain and sea realm's inheritance. So did that mean that the mountain and sea battle techniques were the mountain and sea realm's inheritance? There was also that old woman who had been saved by the morgue. The stone in her hand was probably the same as the stone that the Neo-Human Alliance had set their sights on Lost Radiance Academy. Or rather, they had once been the same stone. If that was the case, then things would be interesting. Those people with ancient bloodlines who had been hunted down by the mummy were indeed quite interesting, and Lu Yin was becoming more and more interested in them. He had someone compile a list of the people who had been hunted down, regardless of where they were or whether they had any inheritances. The entire universe's attention was focused on the ancient bloodlines being hunted down by the mummies. As time passed, both the mummies and the ancient bloodlines increased in number. At this moment, the burial garden appeared. In outer space, a spacecraft was steadily heading towards the cosmic sea. This spacecraft was transporting a lot of goods to and from the cosmic sea to the innerverse for trade. It had originally been a very ordinary transport spacecraft, but when a mummy appeared behind it and tore through the void with a power level of over 200,000, the expressions of the people on the spacecraft changed. With a whoosh, the spacecraft was torn apart, and in an instant dozens of people fell out of outer space and died quickly. The shattered spacecraft continued to explode, and within the cabin a youth was hiding under a table in despair, but he was also affected by the explosions. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped him, and the youth thought that he would die without a doubt. The explosion that had affected him was blocked, and he looked up to see a mummy with dark eyes and a withered face. His pupils shrank as his father's words echoed in his mind. "Child, remember, our surname is Wang, and it is a primeval surname. This is our root, but you must never reveal it to the outside world. Otherwise, there will be no place for us to survive in the innerverse. Remember, child." The youth stared blankly at the mummy while the mummy continued to mutter, "Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill." The mummy then grabbed at the youth. At some point in time, a fog had appeared in outer space, and when the mummy grabbed at the youth, a war flag suddenly appeared in front of the youth. It was surrounded by a strange gray current that blocked the mummy. The mummy gripped the flag and exerted force, attempting to crush it. Behind it, a sword flashed past, and the mummy's head fell to the ground next to the youth's feet. Before it died, it continued to mutter, "Ancient bloodline detected. Target confirmed. Kill." The youth's face went pale and he looked past the mummy. There, a knight was staring at him. For some reason, the knight's figure was sometimes transparent and sometimes very real. The youth was at a loss as to what to do. "From today onwards, Burial Garden will accept you as a disciple." With that, the knight disappeared with the youth and no one could see them. Similar scenes continued to occur in various parts of the universe. Elder Chan quickly received the news and used a unique method to contact the guardian of Burial Garden. This guardian was one of the 7 demigod progenitors of the human domain, and he was a man of few words. "Is Burial Garden about to open?" Elder Chan asked. "Yes." When the Sea King broke through the upper 3 gates, Burial Garden was about to open, but because of the symbol progenitor's power, it was delayed until now. Why is it opening now? The ancient bloodline is facing a crisis, and we've followed the teachings of our ancestors to preserve the fire of our ancestors so that they won't die in vain. We'll leave behind a legacy. The Hall of Honor can do the same. The entire universe is protecting the ancient bloodline. They just want to obtain the ancient bloodline's legacy and try to establish a connection with the primordial era. They don't know that there are some legacies that they can't covet. With the current situation, there's no need for Burial Garden to open. Have you forgotten about the human demon? If Burial Garden opens, the human demon might be born, but it's also possible that an elite might be born. There are both pros and cons, and protecting the fire of our ancestors is Burial Garden's responsibility. Elder Chan did not speak further. Burial Garden was not something that he could decide. Not long after, tombs appeared in many parts of the universe. They were dozens of meters tall and had tombstones as doors and yellow soil as bolts. The words "Burial Garden" were engraved on the tombstones. Although there were no words, everyone knew that Burial Garden had opened, and anyone who opened the tombs would be able to enter Burial Garden. But what was Burial Garden? No one knew. At a stronghold in the Ross Empire, Lu Yin stared blankly at the giant tombs that rose from the sea. Burial Garden? What's going on? Alliance leader Burial Garden gates have appeared in many places within the Great Eastern Alliance. Outside of the Great Eastern Alliance, there are also Burial Garden gates in the Innerverse, Outerverse, Cosmic Sea and Neoverse, Enya reported. Ku Wei arrived. Master, this is Burial Garden, one of the 3 dark hands. How did this thing appear? Lu Yin glanced at Ku Wei. You've been to Burial Garden before? Ku Wei grinned. Yes, but it's just a bunch of dead people. It's too strange. Master, don't interact with them too much. Lu Yin had no choice but to interact with them now, as Burial Garden's doors were right in front of him. It was obvious that they wanted him to enter, but he did not want to go in now. Who knew what would happen if he did? Those who could be considered one of the 3 dark hands along with the Neo-Human Alliance and the 7 courts were definitely not simple. One of the humans' demi-ancestors had come from Burial Garden, and he was especially mysterious. Lu Yin had wanted to chat with him in the past, but he had been ignored. How do we open this door? Do we just push it open? Lu Yin asked. The members of the Great Eastern Alliance arrived one by one, and even Lan Si was the first to step forward. I'll push it open. Elder Iron hurriedly stopped him. It's dangerous. Don't be rash. Lan Si looked at the tomb's door. I've heard of Burial Garden. Although it's one of the 3 dark hands, it hasn't committed any evil deeds. The only reason it's called one of the 3 dark hands is because of the way it conducts itself. It's said that there are many inheritances preserved within Burial Garden. Lan Si was completely outdated among the 10 arbiters. The emptiness palm had been developed by Lu Yin, and he had always been unwilling to give up. The emptiness palm's subsequent techniques were in the Starfall Sea, but he could not obtain them. He urgently needed other inheritances, and Burial Garden's appearance was his chance. Lan Si looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. We'll go to Burial Garden and obtain the inheritances. Then we'll have another battle. Lu Yin smiled. I'll wait for you. Elder Iron grew anxious. Do you want the Zhongshan dojo to have no descendants? Lan Si walked to the door of the tomb. If I, Lan Si, vanish from the world, what difference does it make whether the Zhongshan dojo exists or not? After saying that, he pressed his hands on the tomb and pushed fiercely. Unexpectedly, the door was pushed open. It was not as difficult as he had imagined. As the door was opened, a gray vortex was revealed. It was like traveling through a space-time wormhole. Chapter 1792. At this moment, Lan Si wasn't the only one who had entered the burial grounds. There were others who had encountered danger and had no choice but to enter. However, most people were still observing as they wanted to see if the people inside would come out alive. The tomb door did not close after it opened. The Great Eastern Alliance had sent a few volunteers to enter and tell them to come out as soon as they entered. However, several days passed and no one came out. Lu Yin stood outside the burial grounds and waited for a few days. At the same time, he contacted Master Yuan and the other powerhouses of the older generation, hoping to find out more about the burial grounds. However, none of them spoke in detail, so the only thing Lu Yin could find out was that a human demon had appeared in the burial grounds. A human demon was a demon among humans, and it was both evil and strong. The last time the burial grounds had opened, a human demon had been born, and it had slaughtered almost everyone who had entered. It had caused a bloodbath on the 5th mainland, but it had ultimately been killed by the Hall of Honor. There were pros and cons to opening the burial grounds. It was precisely because of the human demon's appearance that the burial grounds could not be opened so easily. This was what Master Yuan had told him, but Lu Yin still felt that if the appearance of a human demon alone was not enough to stop the burial grounds from opening, then there had to be a deeper reason. Alliance Master, someone has come out, Enya reported. They're on Yima planet. Sco. Lu Yin immediately went over. Yima planet was a very ordinary planet, and its civilization was similar to that of Earth before the apocalypse. It was currently exploring the surrounding planets, and it had no understanding of the universe's general trend. The appearance of the tomb door in the burial grounds had a huge impact on the people of Yima planet. They would never have imagined that a tomb door would appear on the streets one day. When the tomb door appeared, the entire planet was in an uproar. Every country on the planet requested to explore it, but because this planet did not have a cultivation civilization, it was impossible to open the door with just a single person's strength. In the end, they had to use the most powerful technological weapon to blast open the door and send an army in. They had thought that the army would be able to explore the burial grounds with the planet's most powerful weapon, but who would have thought that the army would be massacred before they could even enter? A cultivator had rushed out in a panic and headed for outer space, but he had been captured by the Great Eastern Alliance. This cultivator was only an explorer, and to Yima planet he was a powerhouse who could destroy the entire planet. However, to the Great Eastern Alliance a single warship was enough. Yima planet's interstellar era had begun because of the sudden appearance of the burial grounds. This was Lu Yin's first time on this ordinary planet. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back as he looked at the destroyed buildings on both sides. He was surrounded by the Great Eastern Alliance's first allied army and Lu Xuanjuan's troops. "Tell me, how's it like inside?" Wang Wen asked. He had also followed Lu Yin here to question the explorer. This person's name was Zhou Xian, and he was an ordinary explorer. When faced with a colossus like the Great Eastern Alliance, he was so frightened that his limbs went soft and he blurted out everything that he knew. According to third time, he had entered the burial grounds from a distant small flow zone. After staying inside for a few days, he had accidentally found the exit, and by the time he had exited he was already on planet Yima. According to him, the burial grounds were filled with dark red soil that looked as if it had been soaked in blood. However, it also seemed as if the soil was not blood, but rather the remains of human bodies. The cemetery's environment was not the same. Lu Yin had entered the cemetery from the small flow zone and arrived at an area with dark red soil. When he left the cemetery, he arrived at a rusty metal ground. He had passed through two different areas. Rusty metallic earth? Lu Yin was astonished. Zhou Xian's body trembled and he looked at Lu Yin. When their eyes met, he hurriedly lowered his head. "Yes, it's rusty. Metallic earth. I'm definitely stepping on metal and it's rusty. No, it's probably been corroded by too much time. The place where you entered the burial grounds was very far from planet Yima. With your strength, how did you get here in just a few days?" Wang Wen was curious. Zhou Xian replied, "I don't know. I only know that with my speed I was able to reach planet Yima in just a few days. It seems that while the direction to enter cannot be determined, the direction to exit is fixed. Planet Yima is one of them, but the gates of the tombs in our Ross Empire's fortresses might not necessarily lead to the exit," Wang Wen analyzed. "Right, besides the differences between the areas, there are also moving corpses," Zhou Xian suddenly said. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "Explain." Zhou Xian's voice trembled. "One day after I entered the burial grounds, I saw a corpse continuously eating soil. It ate it and spat it out, then ate it again. The cycle repeated itself." "How do you know that it was a corpse?" Wang Wen was curious. Zhou Xian replied, "I'm also an explorer who has cultivated for hundreds of years, so I can still differentiate between a corpse and a person. At first I thought that it was a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance, but I later discovered that it wasn't. However, the corpse's movements were strange and it kept eating soil." "Just one?" Lu Yin stared at him. Zhou Xian nodded. "I only met one." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. "Lords of the Great Eastern Alliance, may I leave now?" Zhou Xian asked carefully. Wang Wen grinned. "Of course." Zhou Xian sighed. "You just have to hand over the items you found in the burial grounds. Don't worry, we'll buy them at the same price," Wang Wen added with a brilliant and sincere smile. Zhou Xian's heart sank and his expression turned unnatural. "What are you talking about, Lord? I don't know." Wang Wen squatted down and faced Zhou Xian. "You're a smart person and so am I. Since we're both smart people, let's not beat around the bush. Show us what you found in the burial grounds. We might not necessarily want it, right? And even if we want it, we can buy it at the same price." Zhou Xian gritted his teeth. "I really don't know what you're talking about, Lord." Wang Wen's expression turned ugly. "The first thing you did after leaving the burial grounds was not to observe your surroundings, but to head towards outer space. This is Yima planet and there are no cultivators who can threaten you. With your strength, you wouldn't have been able to discover the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, So why were you in such a hurry to leave? Because you had no choice but to leave, or rather you had to avoid people. There was only one reason, and that was that you obtained something from the burial grounds. Just hand it over. The rules of the universe are survival of the fittest. Our Great Eastern Alliance has a good reputation, and if you had met someone else, they might not have been able to speak to you properly. Zhou Xian was helpless and his expression was bitter. He looked at his cosmic ring and struggled internally, but in the end he poured out everything from within. Lu Yin looked over and raised an eyebrow. A blood-red oval-shaped object that resembled a fruit entered his eyes. His pupils transformed into runes as he looked at it, and he was shocked to discover that this oval-shaped fruit contained rune lines with a power level of over 300,000. Zhou Xian picked up the oval-shaped fruit and raised his hand. This is what I found. It was in that red soil. Wang Wen took it, but he could not see the rune lines. He looked at Lu Yin curiously. Lu Yin picked it up, but he did not know what it was either. There's only one? Wang Wen asked. Zhou Xian, his eyes flickered. Yes, there were two. I ate one. Actually, I just recently became an explorer, but after eating one of these things, my power level doubled in just a few days. Wang Wen was shocked. You dared to eat something like that? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned to death? Zhou Xian was bitter. I didn't enter the burial grounds by myself. There was an enemy and I had no choice but to fight to the death. After eating this thing, my power level soared and I killed the enemy. Now there's only one left. Wang Wen looked at Lu Yin. How about it? Do you want to eat it? Lu Yin looked at the fruit for a while, thought about it, and then contacted Master Qing Chao. Master Qing Chao was the Windrift Hall's hall master and a highly respected doctor. He was the best person to ask about this fruit. Master Qing Chao was still in the Guflow zone, and the screen showed that he was still at the place where the two had first met. What's this? Master Qing Chao carefully looked at the fruit in Lu Yin's hand and pondered for a moment. It should be a human blood fruit. Lu Yin's expression changed. Human blood fruit. Master Qing Chao nodded. There are some powerhouses who spill their blood on the ground. Because of their special cultivation techniques or because they ate some natural treasures, their blood will not dry up and solidify. Instead, it will settle down and transform the soil, forming this fruit. It's equivalent to using a powerhouse's blood as fertilizer to nourish this fruit. Although there aren't many of these fruits, they've appeared a few times. Eating one can quickly increase one's cultivation, but the increase isn't much. Lu Yin nodded. I understand. Thank you, Master. Master Qing Chao asked, Does Alliance Master Lu want to use it to increase your strength? Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Of course not. I can't eat this fruit. Master Qing Chao smiled. There are many ways to increase one's cultivation in the universe, and it's not just by absorbing star energy. Some powerhouses have changed the world and created alternative cultivation methods. For example, the Gu Flow Zone might have been man-made or formed naturally, but it has its own unique culture. There's also the legendary Spectre clan that uses death energy to replace star energy. Alliance Master Lu, if you want to increase your cultivation, there's no need for you to use this human blood fruit. It's unclean. Lu Yin nodded and closed the call. He casually returned the fruit to Third Shi. Did you hear that? Third Shi nodded. Yes. Do you still want to eat it? Wang Wen asked. Third Shi gritted his teeth. There are many ways to increase one's cultivation, but for this lowly one the future is bleak. I'm already lucky to be alive. This lowly one will eat this human blood fruit. Lu Yin waved for him to leave. He wasn't surprised by Third Shi's choice, but he didn't look down on him either. Everyone's path was different, and those who hadn't experienced the path of others had no right to criticize others, much less change their choices. It seems like there's a lot of good stuff in the burial gardens. Different regions might have different treasures. What do you plan to do? Wang Wen asked Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, Send someone to guard this place and have the giant army stand guard. Detain anyone who comes out. Anyone who came out of the burial gardens might have brought something good with them. Since they had control over one of the gates, they naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Send people into all the gates of the burial gardens in the Alliance and see if anyone can come out. Find all the gates and send powerhouses to stand guard. If anyone comes out, don't let anyone go. Thank you for your support, brothers. Chapter 1793. Although opportunities were dependent on luck, one also needed strength. He did not plan on letting those within the Great Eastern Alliance freely enter and exit the burial grounds. This was his territory and he was the overlord. As for himself, he planned to enter the burial grounds to explore. The burial grounds did not restrict one's cultivation, and anyone could enter as long as they found the entrance. Lan Si was one of the first to enter, and he had already been in the burial grounds for a few days. Over the past few days he had been thinking of ways to avoid the wooden hammers that fell on his head. He wanted to curse, but after entering the burial grounds he had inexplicably found himself in a sunken area. Before he could even take a good look at his surroundings, a wooden hammer had already smashed down on his head. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough to see the cracks on the hammer and determine its position. Otherwise he would have been crushed to death. The wooden hammer was as large as a planet and it smashed into the ground again and again. Each strike caused the ground to sink and the void to crack. Lan Si guessed that only a giant could use such a wooden hammer. Based on the size of the hammer, this giant was even larger than Chen Huang. In fact, it was so large that it could even grab a planet. Lan Si tried his best to avoid the hammer, but it was useless. The wooden hammer was too large, and even with his speed he could not escape before the next strike landed. He could only stare at the cracks on the hammer and avoid being smashed by it. Fortunately, the wooden hammer was as large as a planet and the cracks were as wide as mountains. As long as he did not run around, he would be fine even if he stayed where he was. He endured the first day in this manner, and on the second day he discovered that the wooden hammer had a strange rhythm when it struck the ground. This rhythm excited him as it was similar to the overlaying stacks path, but it was also different. The overlaying stacks path was one layer after another, and the emptiness palm was the culmination of the overlaying stacks path. It allowed one to forcefully display the strongest power of the overlaying stacks path with a single palm strike. However, the rhythm of the wooden hammer striking the ground was different. It was as if all of one's strength had been unleashed in an instant. This technique of using strength was even better than the emptiness palm. Lan Si was excited and he did not want to leave. He wanted to stay here and experience it. Even though he did not know who was striking the ground, he wanted to learn this technique of strength. He was confident that this technique was the most suitable for him. Lan Si could not see who was striking the ground, but Ling Ke could see it from afar. The Lingling clan also had a gate to the burial grounds. He had just arrived and had not intended to come in. He had slipped and accidentally fell in. He would never admit that he had been kicked in by the spirit palace. As soon as they entered the burial garden, they were almost scared to death by the huge tremors. When they looked up, they saw the corpse of a giant swinging a wooden hammer on the ground. At that moment, Ling Ke was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Throughout his entire life of cultivation, he had never seen such a large giant before. Furthermore, it was a corpse. How could a corpse move? Moreover, with this kind of physique, even if he did not cultivate, he could kill him with a slap. He held his breath and wanted to escape. Fortunately, the giant did not seem to care about Ling Ke at all. It continued to swing its wooden hammer on the ground, and for some unknown reason the ground was filled with craters. Each crater was as large as a planet. It would be hilarious if some unlucky person fell into one of these craters and got crushed to death, Ling Ke thought to himself as he walked into the distance. He had to leave as soon as possible as this place was not safe. He had only taken a few steps when he tripped over something. He looked down and saw that there was a rope tied to the edge of the crater. Ling Ke was curious and he grabbed the rope and tugged on it. Something seemed to be tugging on the ground and he tugged on it. The rope barely managed to pull out a bit and he continued to tug until he finally pulled it out. A single source box, a humanoid source box, and that was not all. There was a string of humanoid source boxes. Ling Ke was stunned. What was this? There were strings of source boxes. Furthermore, they were all humanoid source boxes. He had never seen so many humanoid source boxes in his entire life. Whatever, it didn't matter. As long as it was a source box, it was good stuff. Ling Ke stuffed the string of humanoid source boxes into his cosmic ring and then started running. He did not even care that these humanoid source boxes did not contain any danger. Not many people had entered Burial Garden, but as more people left, the situation within Burial Garden would be revealed and more people would enter. Lu Yin entered through the Burial Garden's gate that was located in the Ross Empire's ocean stronghold. Xianxia's description had led Lu Yin to guess that Burial Garden might be the place where he had once merged with the corpse and seen progenitor Chen. He had to verify this. According to Xianxia's conjecture, After entering the burial garden's gate, one would not necessarily appear in a fixed location. This was because Lu Yin would not be able to reach Yima planet in just a few days, so he should appear at random. Lu Yin had brought the second Night King with him as a precaution, but when he looked around, the second Night King had disappeared. Sure enough, they had been randomly separated. Lu Yin appeared on top of a shattered boulder, and as he looked around, he saw shattered rocks everywhere. It was as if they had been shattered by a tremendous force. These shattered rocks should have originated from the same boulder, which was why Lu Yin could not see the end of it. The boulder was very large and it was comparable to a planet. Perhaps this was not a fragment of a boulder, but a fragment of a star. Lu Yin randomly picked a direction and headed into the distance. He wanted to find the ocean. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and became motionless. His eyes turned into runes as he looked around. His heart sank. He could not see any rune lines in Burial Garden. This place had isolated the rune progenitor's power. Just now he had sensed that something was following him, but even after releasing his domain and spiritual force, he still could not find it. Lu Yin clenched his fists and continued walking forward, but then he stopped again. There was no mistaking it. Something was definitely following him. "Come out!" Lu Yin barked. He suddenly turned around, but there was nothing there. He squinted and spread out his fingers. His power shook the air, but there was still nothing. Lu Yin waited in place for a while, but there was still no aura. He could only continue walking, but then he stopped again. He had sensed that something was following him, but what exactly was it? "Which senior is joking with this junior? Please show yourself," Lu Yin said in a clear voice. Still there was no movement. Lu Yin snorted and suddenly accelerated into the distance. At the same time, the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He moved and instantly vanished from his original spot. At the same spot where he had been standing, within a crack in the rubble, space distorted for a moment before returning to normal. Lu Yin appeared in the distance and looked back, but he still could not see anything. However, the feeling of being followed had disappeared and he relaxed. Just what was following him? He was not too worried, as the other party had not made a move. Even if they did, he should be able to withstand it with his defenses. His miniature armor could defend against an attack with a power level of nearly 900,000, and he did not believe that any random enemy would be that powerful. If that was the case, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. Far in front of Lu Yin there was another pile of rubble, but there was a large piece of rubble. From the back, it did not look any different from the other rubble, but from the front, one could see that the rubble extended inwards, forming a set of battle technique movements. Every movement was very clear, as if someone had used the rubble as a template and imprinted their own battle technique onto it. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man standing in front of the rubble, his eyes burning as he stared at the battle technique imprinted on the rubble. His body unconsciously followed suit. There were 69 movements on the rubble, and the middle-aged man tried to perform them consecutively. His movements became faster and faster until they actually overlapped. There was a corpse at the middle-aged man's feet, but it was not a corpse from the graveyard. Instead, it was someone who had just died. It was obvious that this person had been killed by the middle-aged man. There were two more people hiding in the distance. One of them was an old man who looked at the middle-aged man's back in fear. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he was plotting something. The other person was a girl with a fish on her head. It was Shichi. Shichi covered the fish's mouth with all her might to prevent it from speaking and exposing their location. The fish continuously flapped its fins. It had been stifled for a long time and needed to speak, or else it would suffocate to death. After waiting for a while, the middle-aged man became more and more familiar with the battle technique. The old man could not take it anymore and stepped forward, distorting the void. His body took on a strange shape, and with one finger as the center, he viciously charged towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly turned around. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Stop hiding." A circular weapon appeared in his hand and he threw it at the old man. The old man flipped his finger and kicked out with his right leg. "Get out of my way. Old thing, you're courting death." An imprint appeared behind the middle-aged man's back and easily blocked the old man's kick. He then struck out with his left hand and a dark green light appeared on his palm. The old man reacted quickly and retrieved a shield-like object from his cosmic ring. With a bang, the old man's body was sent flying while the middle-aged man retreated at the same time. The two were evenly matched. Xiqi's eyes widened. Both of them were in lighters and she hoped that they would both be injured. Otherwise she would be in trouble. She did not believe that they had not discovered her. "You're from the sixth mainland?" The old man was apprehensive. The middle-aged man sneered. "So what if I am?" The old man angrily rebuked. "The graveyard belongs to my fifth mainland. Are you trying to start a war by trespassing?" The middle-aged man did not seem to mind. "The graveyard's door is not only open in the innerverse, but also in the outerverse. Why, can't people from the sixth mainland enter? Enough with the nonsense. I'll send you on your way." He then raised his hand and made a pose that the old man had not expected. It was the same battle technique as the graveyard's battle technique. The old man's pupils shrank and he turned to leave. The sixth mainland had the advantage against the fifth mainland's cultivators, and his most powerful trump card was the shield. However, it had caved in after being struck by this person's palm. It was obvious that the shield would not be able to withstand the next attack, and if the old man insisted on fighting, he would only be courting death. Trying to run? The middle-aged man suddenly charged forward and used the graveyard's battle technique. His body turned into multiple afterimages that overlapped and struck out with a palm. This attack caused the old man to despair, and he immediately rushed towards Xiqi, attempting to throw her over as a scapegoat. Xiqi cried out and tried to flee, but with her strength she was unable to escape from two lighters. Xiqi was grabbed and thrown backwards by the old man and her face turned pale. Regardless of whether it was Xiqi or the old man, the middle-aged man had to die. He struck out with his palm, and he was confident that this attack would not only pierce through the woman, but it would also kill the old man. The battle technique within the graveyard's graveyard allowed him to display power that was several times his own. At this moment he knew that his future was different and he could definitely join an even more powerful organization such as a Cosmic Imprinters family or even the Daoist sect. Xiqi watched as the middle-aged man's palm approached her, and the fear of death made it difficult for her to breathe. Chapter 1794. At the critical moment, the cheap fish jumped out and stood between the middle-aged man's palm and Xiqi. With a bang, Xiqi and the cheap fish were both sent flying and smashed into the rubble. However, they were unharmed and were only pushed away. The middle-aged man's palm had been ineffective. The old man looked back and was astonished. He had never expected that this little girl would be able to block this man's palm. The middle-aged man landed and looked at the cheap fish in disbelief. What had happened? His palm had been blocked by that fish? "It hurts. You hateful two-legged beast, kneel before Lord Fish. You actually dared to touch Lord Fish's noble body. Do you want to be enslaved for 10,000 years? 10,000 years. The cheap fish shouted and jumped back onto Xiqi's head. Xiqi rubbed her shoulder. It hurt to have smashed into the rubble, which was very hard. The middle-aged man stared at the cheap fish. "You can actually talk?" The cheap fish pointed at the middle-aged man with its pectoral fins. "Kneel before Lord Fish, and Lord Fish will consider reducing your enslavement by 1 month. Lord Fish is so angry that you actually dared to touch Lord Fish's noble body. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. No, Lord Fish will enslave you for 1,000,000 years. No, 10,000,000 years. Kneel before Lord Fish." Behind them, the old man looked deeply at Xiqi and then fled without looking back. The middle-aged man snorted and ignored Xiqi as he chased after the old man. "You won't be able to escape today. You will die." The old man gritted his teeth. "I won't argue with you anymore. Why must you be so ruthless? This is your fate." The middle-aged man used the rubble battle technique once again. He slammed his palm through the air, and the force from his palm pierced through the void as it slammed into the old man's back. The old man had already placed his shield behind him, but he had guessed correctly. The shield was unable to block the palm and his body was pierced through. Blood splattered across the rubble as he crashed to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. The middle-aged man glanced at the old man and saw that he was deader than dead. He turned around to find Xiqi and looked down at her. "Little girl, what's up with this fish?" Xiqi's face was pale and she touched her cosmic ring, deciding to take a gamble. "Two-legged beast, didn't Lord Fish tell you to kneel? Be careful that Lord Fish's underlings will kill you. Xiao Bai, Xiao Wang, Xiao Lu, where are you? Get over here and kill this two-legged beast." The cheap fish yelled as he jumped. Xiqi's face was filled with bitterness. A cold glint flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. You don't know what you're talking about. As he spoke, he bluntly struck out with his palm, wanting to slap Xiqi to death. Suddenly, another person appeared in front of him, and the palm that he had used to slap Xiqi with was grabbed by this person, rendering him unable to move. The middle-aged man was aghast as he looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in front of him. With a blood-curdling scream, the middle-aged man's arm was crushed. He roared, "Let go of me." As he spoke, a palm imprint appeared on his back. His other hand used the shattering stone battle technique to strike out, but it was also easily caught by the young man. Not a bad battle technique, but it's a pity that it's useless against me. As he spoke, he used an inconceivable amount of strength to fling the middle-aged man away like he was trash. He then turned around to look at Xiqi. What a coincidence. Xiqi blankly stared at the young man as she cried tears of joy. Big brother Lu. The person who had appeared was naturally Lu Yin. He had just arrived when he saw that the middle-aged man was about to slap Xiqi to death, so he had immediately used the plan's secret art to move and block the middle-aged man. What a familiar two-legged beast. You must be here to pay your respects to Lord Fish. Hurry up and kneel down and Lord Fish will give you a chance. As long as you serve Lord Fish well, Lord Fish will teach you an unparalleled battle technique. Back then Xiao Bai begged Lord Fish for a long time, but Lord Fish refused to teach her. Hurry up, Lord Fish has high hopes for you. Xiqi was helpless and her head was about to be hit. She was already used to it and she didn't care about concussions at all. Lu Yin looked at the fish as this fish's mouth was still as foul as ever. If only Ku Wei was here, the two of them would have been able to bicker for half a day. What's going on? You came in as well? Xiqi nodded. I happened to run into the burial garden's gate while searching for source boxes, and it insisted on letting me in. She then pointed above her head. Lu Yin found it funny. You're really obedient. Xiqi pursed her lips and mumbled, if I don't listen I'll die from the noise. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish is talking to you. Hurry up and pay your respects to Lord Fish. Lord Fish is giving you a chance. The fish was very excited to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin couldn't be bothered with it. Behind him, the middle-aged man who had been flung away stared at Lu Yin, and he finally remembered who Lu Yin was. So you're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. That's me. The middle-aged man was apprehensive. I've learned a lot today. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. He then turned to leave. Lu Yin casually tapped out and a strong wind pierced through the middle-aged man's neck. The middle-aged man had not expected Lu Yin to kill him, and he clutched his neck as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The man's eyes were filled with hatred, and Lu Yin recalled the scene when Autumn Frost Qing and the others had gone to Frostwave Weave. He did not want to keep an enemy like this around. Without the strength to directly contend with him, this person would resort to petty tricks. It was very annoying and it could easily lead to an irreversible situation. There were too many situations like this in the universe and Xiqi was already used to it. She excitedly brought Lu Yin over to the broken stone. Brother Lu, look. This is a battle technique. That middle-aged man learned this battle technique, and his strength increased tremendously. Lu Yin looked at the battle technique within the broken stone in amazement. He moved along with it but then he shook his head. You can learn it. It's useless to me. Xiqi made an "oh" sound as she studied the battle technique very seriously. This battle technique was only effective against enlighters, but Lu Yin's true strength was enough to contend against an emissary. This battle technique would not benefit him much, but it was different for Xiqi. Lu Yin looked around. Were such opportunities easy to obtain in the burial garden? First, it was the human blood fruit and now it was this battle technique. He believed that there would be even more opportunities in the future, and if that was the case, then why didn't the burial garden seek them out on their own? Why had it been opened up? Since it had been opened up, why hadn't it been opened up earlier? Was it just because of the human demon? Impossible. Xiqi was a fast learner and she finished learning it in less than half a day. The battle technique had been of great help to her, but it had been looked down upon by the despicable fish. It's just the most basic movements for training the body. Lord Fish can teach you 100 of them and you're acting like you've obtained a treasure. How embarrassing. If Lord Fish's companions knew that Lord Fish's mount was so embarrassing, where would Lord Fish put his face? Lord Fish wants to change mounts. Thank you, Xianxia could not help but reply. The despicable fish continuously slapped its fins. What did you say? Say it again. Do you believe that Lord Fish will slap you to death? How many people dream of being Lord Fish's mount? Back then those fellows wanted to be, but Lord Fish didn't even give them a chance. Do you know how much of an advantage you've gotten? Lord Fish. Lu Yin rubbed his ears. The despicable fish glanced over. Two-legged beast, you have to listen carefully to Lord Fish's words. Lord Fish is teaching you how to behave. Back then, Brother Lu, I'm sorry for troubling you to bring me along. Xianxia was embarrassed. Lu Yin smiled. Since we have no destination in mind, let's just take it as a stroll. Xianxia acknowledged softly. Things were different now, and as Lu Yin's status and cultivation had increased, the gap between the two of them had become even greater. When they had first met, they had been about the same level. Even Casanova had been able to surpass Lu Yin, but now? Even the 10 arbiters could not keep up with Lu Yin's pace. This person was truly amazing. Brother Lu, you're a boundless advanced lockbreaker, right? Xianxia asked. Lu Yin replied, yes, it's more difficult to advance. I'm a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker. That's amazing. I'm still far from it and I haven't been able to advance much. Xianxia was dejected. The despicable fish smacked her head. Embarrassing, embarrassing. You're embarrassing, Lord Fish. So what if you're a 2-star boundless advanced lockbreaker? With Lord Fish's nurturing, you'll become a lockbreaker ancestor sooner or later. Don't embarrass Lord Fish. Come shout with Lord Fish. I can do it. Hurry up and shout, I can do it. Xianxia was sad. I can do it. Shout again. I can do it. I can do it. Look, the more you shout, the louder you get. But I can do it. I can do it. Xianxia shouted with all her might, her face flushed red. I can do it. I can do it. Lu Yin was speechless. He now knew why the despicable fish was so insistent on following Xianxia. Only Xianxia would listen to it. If it were anyone else, Lu Yin would feel a chill run down his spine when he thought about the despicable fish shouting above his head. It was as terrifying as the Qi and Shi duo's mushroom heads. The two traversed through the rubble for several days before finally seeing a patch of greenery in the distance. They were in a good mood. While in the rubble, he had been most worried about the feeling of being followed, but he only relaxed after leaving the rubble. Why does it feel so familiar? The despicable fish asked. It raised its head and looked at the greenery in front of it before looking back at the rubble. Strange. Lu Yin interjected, try to recall. Maybe you'll remember something. The despicable fish pointed at Lu Yin with its pectoral fins. Two-legged beast, Lord Fish always felt that you looked familiar. Come, let Lord Fish pat you and maybe I'll remember. Right, your ancestor might have been Lord Fish's mount. Xianxia's face turned purple when she heard this and she hurriedly covered her mouth. She looked at Lu Yin in fear, afraid that he would become angry. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This despicable fish should not have spoken to him. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I'm sorry. Xianxia could only apologize. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Not long after they entered the greenery, Lu Yin's domain sensed that someone was heading in their direction. It was someone familiar, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was from Wang Qianqing's Zhou family, and he had once coveted Wang Qianqing. Wang Qianqing had then joined the Great Eastern Alliance and the Zhou family had followed suit. The main family of the Zhou family was the Seven Courts Zhou family. Lu Yin's secret had been taught to him by Mr. Mu through the Zhou family's bloodline. Zhou Xian was not walking normally and he seemed to be avoiding something. He bumped head-on into Lu Yin's domain, and he instantly felt as if he had sunk into a swamp. His entire body felt unwell and he fearfully looked around. Who is this senior? This junior has been rude. Please show yourself. Lu Yin led Xianxia towards Zhou Xian, and it did not take long for Zhou Xian to see the two of them. When he saw Lu Yin, it was as if he had seen a ghost and he was filled with panic. The Zhou family belonged to Wang Qianqing, and they had once said that they would join the Great Eastern Alliance. However, when Lu Yin had gone to the Cosmic Tree, the Zhou family had left Wang Qianqing and sought refuge with the Neoverse Zhou family. From then on, they had severed all ties with Wang Qianqing. Now that he was facing Lu Yin, he felt as if he was facing his former master. Chapter 1795. Long time no see, Lu Yin smiled faintly at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian bowed deeply. Alliance Master. Just call me Alliance Master Lu. The Zhou family has already returned to the Su family, and they no longer belong to my Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin said. Xiqi watched curiously. Third Zhou replied bitterly. The Zhou family originally belonged to the Su family, and they were the ones who arranged for us to stay in Myriad City. We returned to the Su family because we were following orders, and we didn't intend to betray the alliance head. I know. What are you doing? He seems to be hiding from something. Zhou Xian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, your alliance's Lu Tianmu is in danger and he's in the direction that I came from. There's an opportunity there and some powerhouses from the 6th mainland are fighting over it with Lu Tianmu, including an emissary. Lu Yin's expression changed when he heard this, and he left with Zhou Xian and Xiqi. An emissary was definitely not someone that Lu Tianmu could fight against. Now that the Sword Sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Tianmu was one of his people. Since one of his own was being bullied, he naturally had to rush over. What's the strength of the emissary? Zhou Xian replied, It's an imprinter. Lu Yin nodded as this was good. As long as Lu Tianmu was not at the level of a world imprinter, Lu Yin would be able to take action. He hoped that Lu Tianmu would be fine. A moment later, Lu Yin arrived at the place mentioned by Zhou Xian. In front of him, sword qi crisscrossed as Lu Tianmu fought against 2 opponents by himself. Not too far away there were 2 other people fighting. One was Hui Santong, and the other was the 6th mainland's former realmling Fan Shun. As for the imprinter mentioned by Zhu 3, he didn't make a move. Instead he was drinking tea. Xiqi's eyes widened as she looked at the elegant elder drinking tea in the distance. Was this a place to drink tea? Cheap Fish was stunned. The elder sipped his tea while instructing the 6th mainland's cultivators in their battle against Lu Tianmu. Fan Shun and Hui Santong's battle did not require him to instruct them. One of them possessed the wood world and grasped many secret techniques, while the other possessed extraordinary intelligence and was constantly observing. Their battle was far less exciting than Lu Tianmu's. One of Lu Tianmu's opponents was a youth who was merely a hunter. Since he was qualified to fight against Lu Tianmu, he should be a realmling. The other youth also looked very young, but he was an enlighter, so his seniority definitely surpassed Lu Tianmu's. It was precisely because the other person had intervened that the hunter youth had not been cut down by Lu Tianmu's sword. Otherwise he would not have been able to withstand a single strike. Not bad. With one of the 5th mainland's former 10 arbiters as your sparring partner, your battle experience will increase even faster. The position of realmling hasn't been filled yet, and grandfather hopes that you'll be able to fight for it. You also have the foundation to do so, the old man slowly said as he gave some pointers to the hunter realm youth. Lu Tianmu slashed out with his sword, and the young hunter hurriedly tried to dodge, but he was unable to do so. Fortunately, he was blocked by another enlighter. The enlighter looked at Lu Tianmu with a gaze full of fear. Lu Tianmu truly lived up to his reputation as one of the 10 arbiters. Even the enlighter did not dare to underestimate the might of Lu Tianmu's sword, as he had a power level of over 300,000. Lu Tianmu's face was cold as he stabbed out with his long sword. The tip of the sword flipped as it went from the 5th sword to the 11th sword. The enlighter cultivator flicked out a hidden weapon at the elder, but it was destroyed by Lu Tianmu's 11th sword. Lu Tianmu's 12th sword was about to begin. In the distance, the imprinter who was drinking tea shouted, I'm telling you that you're not allowed to use this kind of sword technique. Otherwise you'll be killed without mercy. Do you not understand? As he spoke, a tyrannical power burst out from Astral Source Universe and forcefully broke Lu Tianmu's long sword. Lu Tianmu turned around and used her star energy. She transformed into a sword and faced the imprinter. She slashed out with the 13th sword. She had been brave enough to challenge Lu Yin, who had defeated an emissary, so how could she be afraid of this imprinter? The elder was enraged and he took a step forward before vanishing. Lu Tianmu's gaze turned cold, and the star energy sword in her hand dissipated and turned into a black long sword. This was Lu Guai's sword, and it was a different kind of 14th sword. She had been waiting for the elder to walk out of Astral Source Universe and make her move. Just like when she had taken the risk to challenge Lu Yin, she had hoped that Lu Yin would be able to withstand this sword. This sword had nothing to do with cultivation. The elder walked out from behind Lu Tianmu and Lu Tianmu turned around to slash at him. However, the elder suddenly disappeared before Lu Tianmu could even turn around, as he had not been hit by the sword. Lu Tianmu's expression changed as the elder had actually dodged in advance. Against a junior like her who was also an enlighter, this imprinter had actually dodged in advance. Be careful. Hui Santong shouted. Behind Lu Tianmu, the enlighter raised his hand and shot a hidden weapon at Lu Tianmu's shoulder. Lu Tianmu's arm immediately went numb, and her long sword fell to the ground with a soft thud. The hunter smiled maliciously and quickly approached Lu Tianmu to grab her. I'd like to see just how powerful the fifth mainland's Lu Tianmu is. He reached for Lu Tianmu's neck and the imprinter walked out from behind Lu Tianmu. He was calm and composed, but the enlighter kept a close eye on Lu Tianmu. After being hit by his hidden weapon, the girl was unable to move. Just as the hunter's hand was about to touch Lu Tianmu's neck, Lu Tianmu's entire body distorted. The imprinter was shocked. Not good. Retreat. He then used his astral source to disperse the surrounding star energy in an attempt to prevent Lu Tianmu from retaliating. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword sect's 13 swords contained a domain from the second sword onward. Lu Tianmu did not need to use star energy, and her domain transformed into a sword that directly severed the youth's arm. At the same time, her domain slashed at the youth like 1,000 sharp blades. The youth screamed as his body was covered in countless sword wounds, blood spilling onto the ground. The imprinter was furious. Bitch, you're courting death. Lu Tianmu's eyes were cold as she stared at the elder. She was unable to move, and she was unable to retaliate against the elder's attack. However, even if she could move, it would be useless as she was still unable to challenge an emissary by herself. After all, not everyone was Lu Yin. Above her head, Hui Santong's golden meteor descended, coincidentally smashing into the spot where the elder had attacked Lu Tianmu. The elder snorted and waved his hand, causing the golden meteor to shatter. His astral source swept out and sent Lu Tianmu flying. She crashed into the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hui Santong was also in danger at the same time. When Fan Shun's reincarnation technique descended, Hui Santong's pupils shrank. The secret art of wisdom myriad destruction had been extremely dangerous. He had managed to find an opening in the secret art of reincarnation and evaded it. However, he was immediately bound by a tree and was unable to move. Little girl, this old man will make you beg for death. The imprinter glared at Lu Tianmu, his eyes filled with cruelty and malevolence. I'll cripple your arms first. As he spoke, he stomped down. Lu Tianmu's expression did not change, but her gaze towards the elder was filled with murderous intent and unwillingness. Suddenly, the elder's foot stopped just as it was about to step on Lu Tianmu's arm. It wasn't just him, as Fan Shun and the Sixth Mainland's enlighter cultivator all stopped at the same time. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but rather that all of them had been enveloped by a terrifying domain that made them feel as if they had fallen into a swamp. This domain was so powerful that even the imprinter was shocked. He slowly turned around as he was the only one who could move. Lu Yin quietly stood a distance away from the imprinter. 1,000 meters away, Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the imprinter. When the imprinter saw Lu Yin's face, his pupils shrank. He retracted his foot and stared at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu from the Fifth Mainland. Lu Tianmu turned around and sighed when she saw Lu Yin. Coincidentally, her spectacles had fallen off, and she appeared in a rare, naturally dazed state. Lu Yin was astonished. Of the 10 arbiters, only Ling Gong had a delicate appearance, which was why he wore armor. Lu Tianmu actually had such a side to her, which was why she wore spectacles. All of them were disguising themselves. Even further away, Fan Shun was finally able to move. When he saw Lu Yin, his heart sank. If this had been during the Sovereign Tournament, he would not have been afraid of Lu Yin. This was not because he could defeat Lu Yin, but rather because there were imprinters here. However, things were different now. Lu Yin had disappeared after the Sovereign Tournament, and when he reappeared, it was rumored that he could fight against an emissary or even defeat one. There were quite a few emissaries in the Great Eastern Alliance, and this person's strength was unfathomable. He was someone who was qualified to speak with a world imprinter or even a cosmic imprinter. They were no longer on the same level. Who gave you the guts to touch my people? Lu Yin looked at the imprinter and calmly asked. The imprinter's eyes narrowed. Young man, don't be so arrogant. I know that you have powerhouses protecting you, but this is the graveyard and anyone who enters will be scattered. Will the powerhouse protecting you be able to arrive in time? Lu Yin's lips curled up. What is a powerhouse to you? Is the one who defeated you a powerhouse? Then I'm also a powerhouse. The imprinter clenched his fists and disappeared. He entered the astral source universe and immediately attacked. In the distance, Zhou Xian's face paled. This was an emissary. He did not know how to fight against such a powerhouse. Xiqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Although she was a little dazed, she could clearly see that Lu Yin was not someone who would try to be brave. Since he had dared to come, then he must be confident. Above Lu Yin's head, Cheap Fish continuously slapped its fins. Beat him up, beat him up. Two-legged beast, beat him up. Lu Yin quietly stood in place. The imprinter had entered the astral source universe so he could see Lu Yin, but this kid definitely could not see him. This was the greatest difference between an emissary and an enlighter. And even more terrifying was the fact that this kid's star energy was completely useless against an emissary. This kid was definitely not a match for the imprinter. Although his domain was powerful, it was not enough to threaten the imprinter. Even though the imprinter thought this way, he was a very steady person. He had avoided Lu Tianmu in advance, let alone Lu Yin. Lu Yin still had his hands clasped behind his back and he did not look at the imprinter. Instead he looked at Lu Tianmu, who was lying on the ground. You've picked the wrong opponent. That old man is too steady and he won't be able to take on your 13th sword. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, even if he's hit by the 13th sword he won't be defeated. The 13th sword isn't invincible. At most it'll injure him. Have you learned the 14th sword yet? Lu Yin asked. Lu Tianmu's eyes flickered. Not yet. Bitterness is also a type of emotion. You have the foundation of the 13th sword so you can definitely learn the 14th sword, Lu Yin said. Now that the sword sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, his relationship with Lu Tianmu had changed. In the past he could ignore the sword sect and Lu Tianmu, but that was no longer the case. Lu Tianmu was an elite of the Great Eastern Alliance and if possible Lu Yin was willing to nurture him. Lu Tianmu looked at Lu Yin. What about you? You also know the 13th sword. Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand. Lu Tianmu's sword, which he had obtained from Lu Guai, disappeared and then reappeared in his hand. He then slashed down at the empty space. The 14th sword, Bitterness. Chapter 1796. The imprinter was still observing from the astral source universe, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would suddenly attack him? How had Lu Yin seen him? And could his attack break into the astral source universe? There was no point in thinking too much about it. The imprinter wanted to dodge, but Lu Yin's sword fell and he could not. The 13th and 14th swords were unavoidable and anyone within the attack range would be hit. The void distorted and the imprinter staggered out. His footsteps were light and his face was pale. He clutched at his heart and stared at Lu Yin. He then spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly squatted down. The pain that came from the bottom of his heart made him despair. He spat out another mouthful of blood and his clothes were stained with blood. His entire body trembled. Lu Yin lowered his sword. Did you see it clearly? Lu Tianmu was not surprised that Lu Yin had defeated the imprinter in one strike. This imprinter had sought stability, which was why he had hidden in the astral source universe. He had not displayed his true strength as he had underestimated Lu Yin. If he had used his full strength from the start, then he would not have been defeated in one strike. I keep having the feeling that this sword cannot be considered the true 14th sword. There are no fundamental changes, Lu Tianmu said. Lu Yin tossed the sword to Lu Tianmu. He had the same feeling as the 14th sword indeed surpassed the 13th sword, but it was still based on emotions. The Lu Emperor believed that he had created the 14th sword, but Lu Yin had long since felt that it was just an advanced version of the 13th sword, just like Lu Guai's unique 13th sword. Not too far away, the enlighter looked at Lu Yin in horror. He did not know what to do. Escape? He could not escape. He was not Lu Yin's opponent and he gradually sank into despair. Hui Santong broke free from the wood world suppression and panted heavily. He looked at Fan Shun. Again. Fan Shun ignored him and instead looked at Lu Yin. He could truly understand what Lu Tianmu and the others were feeling. This guy was too terrifying and he was no longer on the same level as them. Zhou Xian helped Lu Tianmu up, and the cheap fish on Xiqi's head continuously praised Lu Yin. Lu Yin was considering how to deal with these people. Actually, it was best to just kill them all. At that moment the imprinter coughed and stuttered, Alliance leader Lu, I want to buy my own life. Lu Yin was surprised. You're buying your own life. The imprinter wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I know what Alliance Leader Lu needs. I have quite a few things in my cosmic ring, enough to trade for my own life. After I kill you, I'll use your blood to open my cosmic ring, and the items inside will still be mine. The imprinter removed his cosmic ring. Alliance Master Lu, you can try. I'll self-destruct the moment you attack. Although I'm not your match, given my strength, I should be able to evaporate every single drop of blood after I self-destruct. Alliance Master Lu, are you dash? Just as he finished speaking, his body trembled as a palm imprint appeared on his chest. It was an empty palm, and even the imprinter was unable to react to the invisible palm imprint. Lu Yin's emptiness palm was enough to instantly kill a heavily injured imprinter. The imprinter slowly fell to the ground. He walked over, picked up the cosmic ring and used his blood to open it. I don't like being threatened. Not too far away, the Enlighter was terrified and turned to flee. Lu Tianmu, who had recovered some of his strength, raised his sword and attacked. Under normal circumstances, the Enlighter would not have been hit so easily. Even if it was the 13 swords, he would still have the qualifications to receive and dodge. However, because of Lu Yin, the Enlighter was panicking and did not pay attention to Lu Tianmu. Mu had been decapitated by Lu Tianmu. As for the youth who had been heavily injured by Lu Tianmu's domain, he was already dead. At this point, only Fan Shun was left on the 6th mainland. Hui Santong looked at Lu Yin with a playful expression. Fan Shun was calm. Alliance Leader Lu, I also want to buy my own life. Lu Yin took out the items from the imprinter's cosmic ring, but when he heard Fan Shun's words, his eyes narrowed. You want to threaten me as well? Fan Shun raised his head. It's not a threat. It's a deal regarding the Azure Realm. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Azure Realm had been created by Guru Qinghua. You want to use Guru Qinghua's secrets in exchange for your own life? Fan Shun replied, that's right. I know that Alliance Leader Lu has interacted with Guru Qinghua in the past. Actually, my 6th mainland isn't that different from your 5th mainland. You have the Astral Beast domain, the Technocracy, and the Human domain as your enemies, and so do the 3 progenitor domains. Even the Secret Progenitor domain, the Brahman domain, the Eastern domain, and the Stone domain have fought each other before. The Brahman domain was once the largest family in the Brahman domain, and they had the cosmic imprint. Lu Yin was tempted, as he still cared about one of the 6th mainland's 4 sovereigns, Guru Qinghua. Tell me. If I'm satisfied with the information, I can spare your life. You can trust my promise. Fan Shun replied, all right, I trust you. Not long after, Fan Shun left and Lu Yin released him. Hui Santong's heart itched and he leaned over. Brother Lu, what did Fan Shun tell you? He actually told you to let him go. This place had attracted Lu Tianmu and the 6th mainland's imprinter because of the opportunities that had appeared. Letting Fan Shun go would likely attract the 6th mainland's powerhouses, and Hui Santong did not believe that Lu Yin did not know about this. Even so, Lu Yin still wanted to let Fan Shun go. Clearly, the secret that Fan Shun had used to protect his own life was no small matter. Lu Yin glanced at him. It's none of your business. Hui Santong did not give up and his skin was thick. My Hui family is famous for being smart. Brother Lu, perhaps you've been tricked. Tell me and I'll help you. Actually, my family also has people in the 6th mainland who know a lot of information. I can make a deal. Sure, but tell me first. Lu Yin was solemn. Hui Santong grinned. Madame Red has disappeared. Do you know where she is? Lu Yin's brows twitched. What does that have to do with me? Hui Santong was pleased. Don't think that we don't know that there's some animosity between you and Madame Red. She once attacked the Sea King's dome in the Starfall Sea and captured the Sea King before capturing the giant bloodline. Brother Lu, don't you care about her whereabouts? Alright, I care about her. Where is she? Lu Yin asked. Hui Santong leaned over with a shrewd look in his eyes. Tell me what Fan Shun told you first. Tell me about Madame Hong's whereabouts first, Lu Yin said calmly. Hui Santong was certain that Lu Yin cared more about Madame Red. Lu Yin's current appearance was just an act. Trying to trick him? Dream on. Tell me first. Then forget it. Lu Yin was very straightforward, to the point that Hui Santong began to doubt himself. He stared blankly at Lu Yin as he checked the resources in the imprinter's cosmic ring. Did this guy really not care? That was impossible, as his analysis had been absolutely correct. This guy had a huge conflict with Madame Red, but there should be some other relationship between them. How could he not care about Madame Red's whereabouts? That shouldn't be the case. This was definitely an act. Brother Lu, Madame Red. Her current situation is not ordinary and only my Hui family knows where she is. Do you really not want to know? I'll only ask once. Hui Santong wanted to keep Lu Yin in suspense. Lu Yin was currently in a pretty good mood. This dead imprinter had left him 120 million star essence, and he hadn't expected this guy's cosmic ring to be so big. After all, he had been an emissary. Now he had over 100 million in assets. Although it wasn't much, it was still better than nothing. Brother Lu, Madame Red's whereabouts are related to a celestial imprinter. My Hui family is absolutely certain. Don't you want to know? Hui Santong was unwilling to give up and asked again. Lu Yin looked at Hui Santong. What did you just say? Hui Santong's jaw dropped. That was impossible. He was Hui Santong, a descendant of the Hui family. Just like their surname, the Hui family represented intelligence. Every member of the Hui family was very intelligent, and they tested themselves by analyzing other people's personalities rather than just strength. He had analyzed Lu Yin, or rather the entire Hui family had analyzed Lu Yin, and this person's reaction was off. This person should not care about Madame Red, but what was wrong? He really did not seem to care. That was impossible. Could the entire Hui family's analysis of this person be wrong? Of course, it wasn't that Lu Yin didn't care about Madame Red, but he knew more than Hui Santong. Hui Santong's words clearly indicated that they did not know Madame Red's exact whereabouts. At most they had guessed that she was related to old man Songqiong, but their information was outdated. Lu Yin was increasingly convinced of the importance of having timely information. A stone pillar would appear here, and at the top of the pillar would be a piece of jade. That was an opportunity. Lu Tianmu was the first to arrive, followed by the people from the 6th mainland. It had to be said that the youth from the 6th mainland who wanted to compete for the position of Realmling was very lucky, as he had actually run into someone from his own family, the imprinter. In the end, Lu Tianmu had been used as a sparring partner. Hui Santong had not discovered the imprinter when he arrived, and neither had Fan Shun. Everyone had been completely suppressed by one imprinter. The only lucky person was Zhou Xian, who had also been discovered, but he had slipped away, and the imprinter had not paid much attention to him. This old guy's death proves that you have to remove the roots when you're cutting weeds. Don't underestimate anyone even if they're an ant, Hui Santong sighed. Zhou Xian glanced at him and cursed inwardly, your whole family is full of ants. Of course he only dared to curse inwardly and not out loud. The Hui family was an existence that was on par with the Su family, and he could not afford to offend them. However, one day when he was strong enough he would not be afraid of anything. He was someone who had cross-dressed, so who in the universe could compare to him? For some reason he even felt a little proud. Leaking information will attract powerful enemies. Brother Lu, you shouldn't have let Fan Shun go, Hui Santong added. Hey two-legged beast, you look very familiar, the despicable fish spoke up. It had been staring at Hui Santong for a long time. Hui Santong pursed his lips. He had experienced this despicable fish before, but he had no interest in dealing with it. Shi-Chi hurriedly moved away, but the despicable fish slapped her head until it turned red. Brother Lu, are you really not interested in Madame Red's whereabouts? Hui Santong did not give up and asked again. Lu Yin seriously answered, not interested. Hui Santong's face turned bitter, as Lu Yin's attitude made him doubt the wisdom of the Hui family. There had to be something wrong somewhere and this should not have happened. Thank you for your support, brothers.